fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Thank you so much. The death set it up perfectly here. You have Shopify Rebellion looking to keep that lower bracket run going. And now FlyQuest come into their undefeated map. A really great way to start this series off and keep Shopify's momentum at bay. Quick for Shopify. A lot of aggression as they reflect towards. Oh, what timing from SRG to activate the Seeker. Putting Noya in the perfect spot. Everybody's going to have to fight this one out. And SRG 13-6 on split here. For SRG, it's a ready for any action across the map. And have to give them that. Side of SRG, they're going to found. Oh my god, here. Sliding through FlyQuest. Looking actually good. Lydia's going to try to find it again. Lydia buying time. It's going to be all the time. A second map in their favor here.
Zoe's question, will SRG run away with this one? I think so. Hold out here by Thea.
Oh my gosh, the net goes through! Inside the site as F comes up with a kill. The outside, eyes on Spike, landed easily for 3. Dodges the off shot from Jazzy! Player up now, inside. Oh! Very nicely done. The first one, they know exactly where she is now. They jump down for the shorty. That's gonna be enough dead yet. A kill for Sarah! It's the classic! Oh my god, Melia saves the day! Saves the series, and FlyQuest stay aloft here in the lower bracket final. Gotta be. Oh my god! Oh.
There you go. There's the first kill. One. Here on the
adapting in the game. Third meet it. A fourth. Oh my! That was disgusting. We're going to Haven. This series goes the distance. The reverse sweep for FlyQuest is a possibility. Alexis now. Shock Dart's going to be on point for 1. Only chipping health away if they have. Oh my god! Ball. And they are just stomping. I think we've seen teams adapt, prepare, but you can't.
Now they're walking right into Sarah.
Oh, the reset to win. Nobody is letting up. This could be SRG in the grand finals. Donut on just a few more. Shopify Rebellion find gold. They take the win. They make the full lower bracket run and will find Swim Trek Blue in the grand finals.
Welcome to the grand finals day of the Verizon Valorant Game Changers NA Stage 1 main event. If you just watched that recap with us, you know exactly why my heart is still racing. Yesterday gave us an absolute 5-map thriller. FlyQuest fought like absolute demons, but it was Shopify Rebellion Gold standing tall at the finish line, booking their ticket to today's grand finals. I am Zoe, and joining me on the desk this fine Friday afternoon are Emily and Wyatt. How you guys doing?
I'm fantastic. I'm excited to watch some more Valorant, especially after yesterday's best of 5. Like, can it get more crazy? Can it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We're set up for a sick final.
We are. That's Wyatt's words this fine Friday. Sick final to come.
Am I wrong, Zoe?
No, you might be. I don't know. We're going to find out, Wyatt. I know that we have some immediate thoughts on yesterday's match and how that lower bracket final unfolded, but let's take a look at the bracket first to see how we even got there. And Wyatt, I want to get your thoughts here, because if someone who hasn't followed this playoffs is looking at that bracket, they might think that this is a typo. It should be FlyQuest's upper bracket, not FlyQuest, SRG's upper bracket run, not the swim track.
Yeah, seeing a non-SRG team go 6-0 flawless in maps, just make it to the grand final, you get your 2-map advantage, you're set up to win the tournament. That's their thing, but it was Swim Trek this time. New team just barreling through. This entire bracket from the beginning to the end, though, I really think this might have been the most exciting GC NA stage ever. Like, the least predictable, the most variance between these teams. We had SRG getting upset in the first round by Ghost. They had to make it all the way through the lower bracket to make it into the final today. Barely. 5 maps it took to get here. This has been an insane tournament.
Yeah, Emily, I mean, like, did you predict any of these outcomes? No, right?
No. How can anyone predict every single one of these?
I mean, even just yesterday's lower bracket final, right? Like, we all kind of felt like this is in the bag for SRG, but man, FlyQuest made this close.
Yeah, I mean, I think that lower final is what we expected the grand final to be this time around, and obviously it wasn't. You know, a lot of things happened throughout this time, but SRG and FlyQuest, that was an insane match, and I think we really got to see the best of both worlds for both of those teams, right? So far throughout this bracket, we've seen SRG kind of go through their little bit of trials and struggles, but they always come back to form right when they need it, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday against Fly. And as for Fly, as unfortunate as it was to say goodbye to them already, they put up a hell of a performance and almost did do that reverse comeback for SRG. But the resilience coming in from this roster was absolutely insane yesterday. They were up after 2 dominant maps, getting a 2-0, and then all of a sudden, kind of slowing down a bit. FlyQuest started heating up, winning the next 2 maps, and that last map of Haven is what really showed how talented SRG is, how locked in they can get. I think Noya touched on it in her interview yesterday, saying that they have the capability to, yes, have fun, but also flick a switch where everyone starts locking in and really putting their all into it. Literally that last map, she said that they gave, every single person on that team gave all the energy that they had to try and close it out there. And it showed because they were down 8-4. It turned into a 10-4 and they were able to somehow bring it back on that defense half.
And it was heroics, Wyatt, from both teams, really, that had to get pulled out of the back, especially on that last map. There was such a back and forth.
This was the test as well for Alexis as the new IGL in this team, running 5 maps against one of the best teams in the scene, against one of their ex-teammates from a long time in Jazzy. And so far, throughout this lower bracket run, she has proved that she's got what it takes as an IGL. Like, I think that the team have still been displaying really great teamwork on the crucial maps that they have in their pool. We'll see how that ends up today when we get to the map pick bans, because when I think you're watching this team on Haven, when you're watching them on Split, they're at their best. Like, that's their home, that's their bread and butter, right? And I think when we start getting into some other maps in the pool, there will be a little bit more danger.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Alexis basically just running on plot armor at parts through yesterday's match here as well, Emily. But as you said, they started off really, really dominant. We had Noya in our post-match interview talking a little bit on how things went wrong on Ascent and then following on Breeze as well.
Yeah, I mean, when she was talking about Ascent, they run a super heavy defense-sided comp. You know, they're running that double Senti with a Deadlock and Cypher. So they really did try to get as many rounds as possible on that first half. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Because as soon as we swap over to that second half and FlyQuest started bringing out things like the double op, you know, you see Jazzykins and Edith both running ops on either side of the map. It gets really hard because they didn't have all the utility that you normally would with a standard comp to kind of counter that, right? And they tried doing their slow defaults to kind of figure it out, and it just wouldn't work because you're getting picked apart by ops on both sides. And then moving over to that Breeze, I think Breeze was a big surprise for all of us because that's a map that they've looked pretty dominant on in the past. You know, whether they're attacking, whether they're defending, they seem pretty strong. But yesterday, something was a little different. They started to struggle on that defensive half. Their attack still looked great, but again, just wasn't enough. And we didn't even have time to see all of their attacking rounds because of how quick that match went. And then Haven, dude, I have so many things I could say about Haven because that was intense. The way that they really, like, everyone on the team was able to lock in on that side, especially Dodonut, it was insane. And it like, truly, that's what closed it out for them, was the way that everyone was able to focus, start playing around each other, which we weren't really seeing in the 3rd and 4th map. It was insane resilience from the team, and hopefully we can see that moving forward here today.
Yeah, we saw Dodonut like really popping off already in map 1 and 2. Obviously, map 3 and 4 were a little bit more silent as they were on the receiving end. But Dodonut definitely a player to highlight. On the other side, I also want to highlight Corrupt. Now, if we're looking at the head-to-head between those two players, yes, they're playing completely different roles here, Wyatt, but that's not the point. They are the standouts.
Yeah, the common thread between these two players is that they're basically sharing all of the number 1 and number 2 positions for every stats category in the playoffs, despite Corrupt being mostly controller, even picks up the Vice and the Sky, whereas Dodo is playing the Duelist. So while they find themselves in different situations in the game, Dodonut opening up rounds, getting a lot of great initiator supportive utility to help her get those early kills. You're looking at Corrupt in the late rounds, finding crucial kills, coming up with clutches. They have been the star player for this Swim Trek team in my eyes, while being able to switch around to a lot of different agents.
Yeah, I mean, just the willingness to always kind of go for more for Corrupt, no matter what agent they're on, especially on that aggressive controller that they really like to play. It's consistently impressive. But on the other side for Dodonut, I have to give my flowers to her because yesterday, Vance and I were talking about the first time we saw SRG play in these last 3 days, and he was talking about star players and how normally with teams, they're built around the duels, but I feel like that pace is a little changed for them a bit. Whereas, you know, you're used to seeing Noya be the standout player, but Dodona really brought it back and truly was the star player for me yesterday, just because she was able to go plus 25 overall in that best of 5, the only player to go positive on every single map, and going 21 and 11 on first kills, and ultimately was the saving grace on a lot of these maps where it looked doomed for them. Even when they were losing, the amount of impact and rounds that she was able to kind of close out just by getting these first kills and more were insane. And when we move over to that Haven, we have to talk about how impactful she was on that second half to bring them back from a 10-4 deficit, where they were able to finally, you know, get a lot of those off kills, get a lot of those first kills, and just constantly moving around the map and having the right reads on where she wants to take that operator to put a halt in who is the team? FlyQuest Planes. There we go. I was about to say Swim Trek, but I'm like, we haven't seen that yet.
They're lost and they're already out of sight, out of mind for Emily. Like, oh, winner space only in here. Winner space only. Well, listen, I think it was great to see SRG getting tested like that in the lower finals against FlyQuest. Like, it gives you an opportunity to really hone in on the VOD review afterwards and like kind of see what cracks need immediate fixing. Obviously, a very short turnaround. Meanwhile, we see on the other side, Swim Trek Blue, they just kind of got to relax, enjoy the show, take some notes, and yeah, waiting in that grand final with such a big advantage as well. This has been such a fun team to watch. They've been utterly dominant, which obviously is always fun, but it's just the way they play. So I don't know why. Free, it's the envy of old. Like, it's just they're just rolling with the punches and they're looking good doing so.
They have insane talent on this team, like highlight reel gameplay in all of the matches that they've had. Like, the aim from Glowstick is nuts. Like, flicking onto raises, flying through the air, like snapping to like two different players in clutches. They have impressed me so much throughout this run. Like, you still have Arya running the Neon while most teams have given it up. They've stayed with it, and it's working out for them. So maybe that's a testament to the Valorant scene doing the classic thing of an agent gets nerfed and then everyone drops it immediately, only to realize that it's actually still good, just not as broken as it used to be. And they're already on that wave that happens literally every time.
I was about to say, that overreaction standard.
Yeah, for real. But hey, it's working for them. This team has displayed a lot of talent throughout this run.
Yeah, and they also showed depth in their strapbook, Emily. They're not very predictable to go up against.
No, not at all. And I think that's because they're so good at adapting. Like, when you look at this team, you have 5 insanely talented players. We've seen 3 of them, Corruptorod and Bob, actually play together on a team called Rose in VCL, and the rest of them, they're just like rakers. And it's so fun to see because no matter where they're going, they're always going to go for more fights, and they're going to do it together. And really, even if they don't have a set plan at the start of every single round, they're so willing to pivot away from that and just come up with something on the fly, which is what we don't really get to see a lot of teams do. I feel like a lot of teams get tunnel vision on what they're supposed to do or what they had pre-planned, but this team, they can change at any moment, and it's really impressive to see that a lot of the times when they do, it works out for them. And not only does it work out for them, it also throws their opponents off guard because they can't predict it. They can't expect what's going to happen. But I mean, even with all those things in mind, SRG, they're a team that's also played in the tier 2 circuit. They're a team that Noya said they feel comfortable playing against double duelist teams and compositions, and that's where they seem to thrive and that they seem to have the best reads. So I mean, you're putting fire against fire, and it's whoever can actually come out on top of that and who has the strengths to do so.
I mean, Noya said it in the post-match interview, right? But if you're looking at the numbers, it was SRG playing against basically the core of Swim Trek Blue there in tier 2, and they did lose against them. So
they did.
It was not a perfect matchup for them. Surely they've learned a lot, and they've come a long way as a team ever since. And then just in this playoffs bracket already, we saw an evolution for SRG happening in front of our very eyes. Now, heading into the grand final, Swim Trek obviously making the run through the upper bracket. They're coming in with a massive advantage. Getting 2 map ban advantage that's just huge, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this one is honestly pretty straightforward in regards to what they want to ban. They have been playing split anyway. Shopify look insane there. And Haven, the map that they close out that series against FlyQuest on in the best of 5, has, in my mind, been the home map of the Shopify team throughout every iteration when they were version 1, C9, whatever. That has always been their map. Like, I think this is as straightforward as it gets. And this, I think, situation of them coming through the upper bracket and getting the double ban is going to put them at a serious advantage. Like, you know, sometimes when we see this play out, yeah, the 2-map ban is extremely important. Sometimes it's not. It just depends on how the map pools overlap. But in this instance, I think the advantage is accentuated by the differences in the map pool.
Yeah, Emily, I almost feel like we felt like SRG had a big advantage in the maps yesterday, and then the maps where we were certain they're gonna win it, that was not the case. So what do we know, really?
No, truly, I feel like, yes, the map advantage, it plays into SwimTrek's favor, right? Because when you're thinking about maps that SRG tend to stray away from, or maps that they're really strong on, they could go either way with that. They have the options, and they can really ultimately just play what they're comfortable with. At the same time, we thought so yesterday. You're right. We kind of assumed that, you know, that map pool was going in favor of SRG, but I think, you know, here we are today. We don't really know the maps yet, but I think that when we do see them, it's going to be SwimTrek trying to lean into what will get them the wins early on, because they don't want to get to that map 4 and map 5 where, say, if SRG, they're struggling a little bit at the start, or they're having a hot start and starting to fall off. They don't want to go the distance. They want this to be clean and quick. There we go. I just put 2 words together.
Those queens are about to make it queen and click.
Exactly. But yeah, you just don't want SRG kind of coming back into it, or having time to come back into it and lock in like they did yesterday, because that's a terrifying situation to be in if you're playing against that.
Yeah, you want to rattle them, just like FlyQuest did. Somehow FlyQuest managed to like take the confidence out of them, and that's when SRG is starting to stumble. Now, I do hear that the map set is ready, so let's see where SwimTrek Blue is taking us. Okay, Fracture out. You were right about that one, Wyatt. Then, okay, no, not Fracture out. They're split. I can read. I know how to read. Okay, yep. Pearl.
It's not
Pearl
just Americans who are failing the literacy test.
No, it's me. It's me mostly. I lived in America for too long. It's rubbing off on me. SRG picking Breeze I find interesting, since they literally just lost that yesterday in a tragic fashion. Yeah. I mean, that was a beatdown.
I will say, though, to shoot them some bail, that was just them starting on defense. They played a poor defensive half, obviously, because they got blown out 13-4. What we've seen from them on attack, I think, has been phenomenal, though. And I do think they might just be a few switches away from the defense being significantly better. They did have a better defense in a prior game against Ghost as well. And that being said, though, so it's like, yeah, you're surprised they're picking Breeze. Where do they go with Split and Haven out, right? Or or rather, Pearl and Split out. Sorry, like, where are the maps going to go? You know, like, what? There's not really a great pick for them, so they're just stuck with that.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl and Split, 2 of their best maps for sure. Fracture, how do you see that one play out then? Since how often have we even seen them on Fracture? Once, I believe, banning. And that was in like the Swiss stage all the way back. They didn't win that match, but it's been a few mittens.
Yeah, that Fracture map, I mean, example, yesterday in the FlyQuest game, that was the ban, and this is a map that SwimTrek are 5-0 on. So, obviously, massive favorites coming into this. SRG are essentially expecting to go into this, well, we're probably going to be down 0-1, let's just see what we can do. This is a map where we saw Glowstick and Corrupt in every late round clutching up, winning out all of those situations. You have Arya running around as the Neon opening these sites up. They even mix in the attack op with Sherrod on the chamber. There are a lot of rounds where Bob is on these like 4-1 lurk positions, catching players out solo. They have a really dynamic attack half on this map that we have not seen any team throughout this run been able to stop so far. And is it going to be SRG who have been banning this map? Seems unlikely, right? It would have to be a monster performance from them out of the gate on this map to go up 1-0.
Then we see the head-to-head Glowstick and Corrupt. Yeah, Emily, how do you see this one play out? I mean, again, we haven't really seen much from SRG on Fracture for a while, but we do know, obviously, how strong SwimTrek are on that map. But that also means that there is a lot of tape on SwimTrek on Fracture.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yes, we haven't seen SRG play it since, I think, like, April, but even though this is Swim's best map and they are 5-0 on that, I still feel confident in SRG's capability, especially since they're starting off on that attack half, which is ultimately the easier side, right? It's a lot harder when you're on that defensive side, especially for SRG's case, because, you know, they haven't scrimmed it a lot. They haven't been playing it a lot. It's been their permaban. They're not going to have the best protocols or the best setups or reactions out of all of that. So if they have a strong start on their attack hub, which I think they will, it's SRG. They play so well together. They're great at adapting on the fly, as we've seen on maps like Lotus, where things aren't going their way. They're really good at pivoting. So as long as they keep that same mentality going into Fracture, I think we could have a close game. Yes, Swim are very talented at this map. I think their play style of just being kind of sporadic and also just unreadable might actually play into SRG's favor and allow them to kind of have that same energy and meet them where Swim is currently at this map.
Okay, if I was to ask you guys for predictions here, where will we go with this? Starting with you, Wyatt.
I think this is going to be the rare situation, the ultra rare situation, the never happen situation, in that a team that are not Shopify win the final. I'm going to go with the Swim 3-1 for this.
What about
Wow,
you, Emily?
okay. See, I'm still leaning more towards SRG, right? I like how they play when they're, you know, kind of at their peak and are all meshing well together, which we've seen like against their rematch against Ghost. I could see this going as a 3-2. I could see it going to 5 maps just because that ascent, if they don't have a strong start of that defensive half, it could ultimately go towards Swim Trek. But I think map 1 could definitely go towards Swim. Map 2, which is Lotus, SRG's home ground, that's like their thing. And yeah, I'm expecting a lot of close games here. I think a 3-1 is a little crazy, Wyatt. I gotta say, that's kind of roomy.
You think it's crazy?
I was about to predict a 3-0, but I'm glad.
3-0?
But no
Wait
one's
a
asking.
thing, guys. This is still
I'm just a
SRG.
host. Yeah, yes, and like when they're on, they're on. But I feel like just due to the fact that they were so off, not once but twice in this bracket, I kind of lost faith in them, which is a crazy thing to say because obviously they're such an insanely talented roster, and even with the changes, they looked phenomenal in their lower bracket run. They were so very dominant. And then the first 2 maps yesterday, they were dominant, but there was no real reason why they suddenly completely dropped the spaghetti. Like, it was very baffling. So I don't know if that was a mental hurdle, if there was a I don't understand what issue happened there, really.
Yeah, I know. And when I'm thinking about it, it's like they kind of already got over the hard part. They already had to climb back from basically just being on the glimpse of being eliminated. We saw that when they were playing against Wadada, when they were 1 map away from being eliminated in like what, round 2 or round 1 of lowers or something like that. And now we are here today. They're playing a back-to-back best of 5. Yesterday they went through all the trials that they could have, being up 2 maps, close to just securing it out and having an easy day, to losing to, getting like stomped, and ultimately just coming back in the last map. I just feel very confident in SRG's capability to change things on the fly, know what their mistakes are. I mean, even when we were talking to Noya, it felt like she knew kind of what was going wrong. Like, yes, on that Haven attack, you know, they were kind of getting stopped, and she admitted that, right? You know, the players on the side of FlyQuest were popping off, but I think today they're coming in with a fresh mindset. They're so good at being able to just kind of reset, relax, regroup, and I still feel like, yes, SRG has a lot of changes, but they're ready. They're here, you know? They're still the same core or same team at the core of it.
I think
There's just so much more pressure on them, though, than Swim.
But they love pressure. They thrive in pressure.
I think for me, the problem is the content of this whole conversation we're having is Shopify can win, and they absolutely can, but they're the team that need to fix things. We're not talking about anything that Swim Trek need to fix on the maps really that we're heading into. It's like Shopify being able to close out on Ascent, running the comp that's super defense heavy with double Senti. It's about improving on their Breeze. It's about needing to win Fracture that they ban. Like, they're the ones that have all of these challenges that we're bringing up that they need to face and complete. And do they have the talent to do it? Yes, but there are just so many things they need to confront to be able to win this series. They could do it, though. They are SRG.
Yeah, let's take a look at the agent select for both of these teams. For Fracture, our first map in the series. Let's see if there are some changes here, or if both teams just opt into running the same old thing. Now for Shopify, that is pretty much exactly what they were running back in April. So they no, actually it isn't. They had
a Neon, right?
No,
Instead of the Rays?
Yeah, and they had a KJ.
Yeah, I mean, this.
Yeah, Neon and KJ were
the
in the
double
mix in real
initiator
life.
feels like some ancient technology that they're bringing in here. But at the same time, SwimTrek have switched away from Bob playing Rays, where they were winning, to now is over on the KO. So they have swapped into a double initiator look that's different from what they were doing with the Rays. A little bit of a mix-up there, which is interesting, given that they have been dominating.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
that
the
was-
minds.
Yeah, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, I think the mindset behind the switch is that maybe they realize that they are going to be starting on this defensive half, and they want a little bit more of that utility coming in from KO to try and have such a dominant start, right? Because like I was saying, this map is very, very attack-sided, and because Shopify is starting on that half, that's why I feel like even though they don't have reps on it, they can make anything happen in these first 12 rounds, and they're going to try and make the most out of it.
Yeah, SwimTrek maybe also feeling the pressure of having to change up a little bit of something, given that there is so much tape on them and them coming in with the advantage. It was kind of obvious that this is where they take us, so it was easier for Shopify Rebellion Gold to prep for this.
Yeah, starting on the attack side with the double initiator, with the breach being nerfed, it's tough. Like the way that his stuns cycle out, you never really have them in post plants. Like if you're using them early round, you're using them to get into a site. You're not going to have one for later. Like I think the breach is a little bit out of the meta on this map. I haven't loved it since it's come back. I don't know if you feel a similar way, Emily. I think the Fade has proven to be just generally better.
Listen, normally I would, but it's also Alexis breach, and that's kind of her thing. Like,
That
since
is,
the
yeah,
dawn
that's
of time,
very true.
that has been her one true love of Valorant, I feel. But it depends on how they're going to play this attack. Yes, the stun does take a while to come back up, and they might not have that. But if they are doing good and getting picks off of these little openings that I'm hoping that they will be having, whether that's towards Sands on the A side, or, you know, getting that tower control on the B side, I just really see them as kind of going back and playing this a little bit more ranky, right? Because they don't have set stress. They don't really have set execs, and they're going to need to be able to adapt on the fly depending on what SwimTrek kind of throws at them. As long as they're able to take a lot of that early space or go for these straight up execs that I'm hoping we'll see, because I think with all this utility that they have from the Teo, from the breach, from the Raze entry with the nades, I think they have a lot of potential to just kind of overrun these teams, as long as, you know, they dodge the KO point coming in from Swim. And they still have a good amount of utility for that post plant, which I think is going to play into their favor a lot of the times. Just they have to get over that first hurdle of being able to, you know, take site and actually get that bomb down.
Yeah, and they have a few more minutes to think about how they are going to approach a fracture, because we're currently resolving a small tech issue with one of the players. We're heading into a very quick break ourselves, and afterwards we're hopefully back with map number 1, so don't go anywhere.
Well, we appreciate you all for hanging around with us while we try to sort out some tech problems, but I've got great news for all of you right now. We're ready to jump into the game and get this grand finals on the road. Swim Track Blue, they got to sit pretty and watch that grueling lower bracket final go the full distance yesterday. Yesterday we had Shopify be able to take down FlyQuest to punch their ticket into this final, and now we're going to get things started off here, Mimi, with Fracture.
This is the hardest road that Shopify's ever had to make it to a final. I mean, yesterday, being up 8-0 on the map they needed to close out, and then having to run it back themselves all the way on map 5 to remove the chance of losing to that reverse sweep. But now against a Swim Track who's been looking so good this tournament, has some of the strongest individual players, and is primed on one of their best maps to begin.
Yeah, this team has been looking fierce, and this game is going to start off with a fight over Dish. Already SwimTech step up, and maybe that first kill going over to Sleepy Aria. Traded out for just a moment, as SwimTech will fall back and cede the space, but finding picks on the other side of the map at the same time.
Yeah, that's a big kill for Sherrod. Noya, normally such a menace on that lurk, but taken down early. That means SwimTech can keep 2 players here. Already rotates coming in as well, and with that Brim smoke up, Shopify have to get worried about people walking into space on the rest of the map. North side is still theirs, but Bob is already wrapped through south side. Sherrod's holding underpass. They have very little space to work with.
Yeah, the reposition from Sherrod is absolutely brilliant. This is a really tough angle to clear, especially versus the chamber. With the TP ready with just this headshot and one-tap angle to play off of. That's what Sherrod's going to go for, but we'll have to slip away back into the site as Bob gets called over here to try and stop this approach. SwimTrack currently outnumbered, but the rotates are underway. Shopify have some amount of time to play with, 40 seconds, but that Bob in another awkward position for Shopify to try and clear away.
Oh, the patience!
Right in the middle of everything right now, as stepping out from the smoke goes Glowstick, just catch those 2 players in transition and take this pistol for SwimTrack.
But that one got a little freaky right at the end of the round with multiple people letting the trigger discipline get the better of them. But in all, that was really good reactions from SwimTrack of recognizing what space is available. Something I want to track throughout this entire map is how Sherrod, on the weak side, is challenging aggressively into Shopify's lurks and finding success out of it. Throughout this tournament, they've been so good on all of these different chamber maps, playing in that exact role. And that was a difference in that pistol round. Get this early lead.
And like you saw, Fracture has been Shopify's permaban throughout this tournament. Interestingly enough, the last time Shopify as a team played this map was versus Rose, which has that core of 3 players from SwimTrack Blue. That was back in the promo relegation for Challengers, and Rose kind of dismantled them, all things considered. So SwimTrack going to feel very at home here to start things off on Fracture.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big reasons why this matchup is so fun. Getting that history from Challengers, now bringing it over to GC as well. Sherrod clean up with the scope, and oh, he actually gets one back.
Scopes on both sides of the map. Shopify just in a really unfortunate round 2 situation. And I was able to pick up this Outlaw. We'll see. It's not the easiest round to play now from SwimTrack if they want to not give any opportunities for ones. You can see those 3 players are pretty well isolated for the time being. Still tough for Noya to really cover any distance, especially if she's heading into the Ares in the corner.
30 seconds.
What an eclectic vibe this round. Marshall, Outlaw, Ares on the anti-eco. They're going through everything. So I don't
Judge
fancy
Bulldog.
Horizon
They didn't double up any of the weapons. Kind of clever. We'll see. Does the headshot come in? No chance. And Glowstick will wrap up the round.
So pretty clean anti-eco there from SwimTrack. The character of this series is so interesting, because always you look at a final in Game Changers, and you're like, duh, Shopify is the favorite. Shopify's gonna win. They've won, what, 12 of these before? But this is the first time, Chrissy, for me, that I'm actually looking at this final, and I feel like SwimTrack might be the favorite. The map ban advantage, their performance so far, not having to come off of that crazy lower bracket game. It's the first time in forever where I felt this way.
It's hard to say for sure because these teams haven't actually played versus each other ever. There's a lot of shared history between the 2 teams. Of course, Shopify for the first time playing without Mel in the final. Alexis had to take out her former Cloud9 white teammate in Jazzy yesterday. Now's a chance to do another in Bob. As this round with the rifles, Shopify squeezing in on the B site. Judge is in a tough spot. Those paint shells flush out Aria, but that's actually to the demise of Dodonut. Just one more shot is all it would take to knock Sarah out of the round, and it comes through Sharad's gun. I mean, this is just a wipe from Swimtrack Blue. Out of nowhere, Shopify completely routed. Starting with that duelist head-to-head up in heaven. It's only Alexis to trade back the single kill to deny the flawless, but Swimtrack are off to a beautiful start.
Yeah, that's excellent work from Sleepy Aria up in heaven. Not even that she's just getting 2 kills, but the time that she's buying is absolutely massive. Shopify had to end up showing their hand pretty early, using that util up towards heaven. And with the chamber already posted aggressively on Dish, the flank came through almost instantly from Swimtrack and actually arrived in time to deal with those players fighting up close. Very active defense so far from them. Shopify, they have a great comp for XX. They don't have great guns. They'll see what they can do. Back towards Arcade again.
This time, Aria down in Arcade. Vandal in hand, just tries to dodge the stun, but didn't quite commit to the fight, and that's going to cost them. Now up the rope, but Bob is there waiting. Dodo thought they had the open heaven, but now Swimtrack trying to find the trades where they come. Bob doesn't have the assistance of her teammates. Slowly working in on the flank. Sherrod might have the backstab. It'll be Bob flashing herself onto the line. Playing completely on her own as Glowstick is dealt with. Now Sherrod has the tough task. Remember, this was just pistols for Shopify. Now Sherrod in the 1-on-2. Reveals their position. Breaking the tripwire and just trying to charge forward on the Outlaw. 1 shot left. Could be all they need. And Sherrod has the soul read. Tucked into the corner, and it's beautifully worked from Sherrod in the 1-on-2. No room for error in that situation with the weaponry, and they deliver the challenge.
A lot of the time on this map when you play Chamber, you end up being a non-factor in like half of the rounds on defense, playing that late rotate, always being alone on the weak side. But throughout this game, Sherrod has been so quick at these rotates in here, coming up massive with the late Red Bull clutch. This round was going absolutely horribly for Swimtrack with the pistols from Shopify finding effect, flooding through that smoke. Yet again, coming on an unexpected angle late in the round. That's a win for Swimtrack. 7-2 start for their chamber. And with the ult online in this one.
Yeah, Sherrod turboing their economy, just going for the stinger as a secondary. Swimtrack taking some liberties with that operator in hand up into A main. Trying to cut away late rotates as now the quick rotations can come in from Ari on the other side.
Already into heaven though. Dodo has good space, but look how close Swimtrack is. They're all in this smoke, ready to siege out with the utility from their KO.
Yeah, a little bit tough right now. They just have the 1 flash. I just want to wait for all this util to go down. Plenty of chip damage onto Alexis and Lydia at the same time. Swimtrack really biding their time, seeing if there could be an opening pick. That could be the go button for them. Hard to know what else they could be waiting for. This comp of theirs doesn't have a ton of forcing utility. It'll be Aria just charging on in on their own. Doesn't matter. You don't need utility. You can just slide and glide on them. That is a picture-perfect retake. 5-0 now for Swimtrack.
I don't think retakes get more perfect looking than that one. Aria tears apart Shopify's positioning in just a couple seconds. I want to give credit to Bob there. Not only was the flash to fight back towards Arcade really good, but that Molly as well cut the swing from the player who was deeper in Arcade, trying to help their teammate in that close corner. That sets Aria up to absolutely rinse Shopify with a 5-0 start already on defense. This is really quickly approaching dangerous territory for Shopify.
I mean, you already knew this was going to be a tough way to start the series. Shopify not really favoring this map in the slightest throughout this event. And Swimtrack just dismantling FlyQuest Red on the very same. So, Shopify, this time, try their luck over on the A side. God, eyeing the line, ignoring the boombot completely and completely punished for it. That's going to allow Shopify now to fill into that space. Swimtrack stuck behind the smokes, and Dodo has ideas to get active in the smoke, instantly punished. That was the adjustment after SwimTrek were patient on the previous retake, and again, they crush Shopify in these duels. Shopify just heading one by one into Bob's crosshair, and now a counter Rolling Thunder to try and bring this fight back into SwimTrek, but it just isn't working. Alexis needs way more help than that off the Rolling Thunder. It is not gonna be there, and this lead gets even bigger.
I'm astonished that SwimTrek is winning this round. After losing Sherrod so early on, I didn't see quite what happens, but my best guess is that Ray's nade that went up towards heaven broke the chamber TP and meant that they couldn't get out when they were just trying to ego that angle and get the pick before teleporting.
And then right after that, Shopify with numbers, they actually play aggressive, so they're getting spammed down through a smoke, then the good clear out of Bob. So on the one hand, you think about the previous round that Shopify lost, and maybe they're coming away with the idea that, oh, maybe we weren't proactive enough. We just let them set up to retake against us, so let's get proactive. But then in the next round, they're up numbers, so maybe that's not exactly what you want to do. And now it's going to be their turn to call a timeout and try to react to this massive deficit they've already found themselves in.
Yeah, I think that the biggest problem I'm looking to see Shopify's solution for is Sherrod's operator. I think that SwimTrek have been able to get away with very fast rotations pretty much every round because Sherrod has just been contacting into extremities very aggressively, either going for flanks or just holding that space and letting the rest of the team run. So I want to see if they can play a little bit slower and be able to figure out ways to actually punish them when they go for those repushes.
Yeah, I think that, you know, one of the ways that teams played Fracture for like the split second last year when you could play the tail on this map was there was
like
a lot
the
of like
literal 1 month.
Yeah, you would open up a lot more heavily like on the B side of the map, and then if you don't see the chamber over there, you'd have a delayed drone that goes through A main. You could do that with the Sova, you know, back EG, what they were doing on this map. Like the formula is there, but it can be a little hard unless you're making all those pieces fall into place.
And the thing is with this comp, it's so favored to just sending execs, and it's kind of what it's built for with the double initiator, with that breach, with that Teo. So they'll try it again, use an early ult to try and pressure that chamber TP, but they're not home.
Yeah, chamber not on this side of the map, so the ult's a little bit wasted, you could say, although it does mean Shopify have this site. SwimTrek gonna just go for the retake, and this is where the ultimates from Shopify could come online. It's Sheriffs, but they've already put one into the mix. You'd expect them to maybe double down once they have a favorable post plant. Not sure. They're really trying to bait out the retake before even planting. This is very peculiar from Alexis. See when the ults come online. I mean, they're just not there. It's going to be Sheriff shots, and Sarah is landing headshot after headshot. Crispy on that one, as now that opening of the skies going to push Shopify out from main. Sarah trying to get it all done on her own in this round, but Glowstick wasn't holding on to the spike, so it gets punished massively, and now Lydia on 1 HP, flames at her toes, decayed down as the full stick comes online, and Lydia hits it at the end, the Red Bull clutch, and Shopify's first round of the day.
They absolutely needed her to win that. Two of their biggest ults used in this round, a full investment from Shopify, and with literally half a second to spare, Lydia finds that last shot. This is such a risk from Shopify. They hard read that the chambers here. The Brim ult doesn't find them. But then the approach to how they bait out this retake was so nice. Playing crossfires close in sand, actually having people in proper angles to crossfire against Bob's flashes. And this time, winning the fight off of it.
Shopify can let out a sigh of relief. Finally turning that 0 into a 1. Zoda will go back to the early round pathing. Quick satchel up into heaven, but instantly fought back as now Corrupt just catches players running out of the smoke. Shopify disjointed in the midst of the Nightfall. A nightmarish situation for the attack side, apart from Noya, who had worked the south, but Corrupt just keeps finding people look in the wrong direction. Shopify, a little bit sloppy on the exec, caught out as SwimTrek take these moments of opportunity to find ways to punish.
The Flood retakes have just looked so good from SwimTrek today. The KO change is a bit peculiar. You don't see that agent a ton on this map these days. But I think they've done a great job of just fighting around Bob's flashes. That round, the initial fights weren't even off a flash. It was just running out through that smoke. And getting
Honestly,
ahead of
for me,
Shopify's exec.
Yeah, I'm curious if you've been able to pinpoint a little bit more where the 0 points are going in these retake situations. It's been a little hard for me to track, but I think something that's worth noting, because it seems like multiple times Shopify have been disjointed. I'm not sure if that's a result of, the flash work from Bob, or if some players are maybe hitting the brakes, getting all their util turned off.
Yeah, I've seen a fair few rounds where Bob is just using it start of rounds, so it hasn't been a factor in those retakes.
Sure.
I would give most of the credit to these brawls. First, with how fearless Swimtrek is with just running through smokes, and B, with the flashes being good. Here you see, no early map yet. You're actually holding it out.
Yeah.
Shopify will send it again on this arcade take.
Yeah, Bob threw a deep knife to make sure there was no lurk going down on the south side. Was the initial fight shown by the KO and the Neon, but instantly respond.
I like this though. Shopify have conditioned that arcade open means in finish towards the B site. Now they double back, pressure A.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about with that drone over on the A side after opening up into B. And sort of identifying now that it's very likely, the chamber's going to be playing on the south side of the map at the very least. As Bob just opens up into nowhere.
Okay.
Just straight up takes that duel as the sole member on this side of the map. Bob is unleashed and fearless and perfect. It doesn't get any better than that.
One enemy remaining.
Bob playing this KO like an absolute crazy person, dominating Shopify this entire round.
You almost feel bad for Shopify watching that one. Bob is just swinging it. Help is like a mile away. Not using her flash. Just no, I'm going to take the fight. And confident to win it.
Yeah, because if Bob dies, B-side is open for business.
Yep.
Tough thing is, Bob doesn't die.
Yeah. 12-6 right now for the KO on Swimtrek. It is disgusting work out of her.
It's also happening in that FlyQuest series. Bob was just unkillable, it seemed. Quite a few members of the Swimtrek team. And yet, Shopify with this loss bonus, padding their bank accounts, do have another buy. This time trying to work down into underpass. I'm expecting with the map positioning to see Sarah re-clear A main with the stick bug.
They will. This time actually finding that chamber a bit earlier on.
Tony's down.
They'll double back towards B off seeing that. But Bob is here. Bob has been a problem all day.
Yeah, well, those paint shells very effective at flushing players out from sight, but by instantly ripping the ult, Bob says, no, you're not going to hit the site. And now Shopify, if they go back A, they don't have as effective utility to re-clear the op angle.
Yeah, no stun, no drone. It's a lot more difficult. Still, you have flashes. Maybe a blast back to get across this angle. If Sherrod can get one, it would be massive.
Oh, I mean, Alexis goes for the wide swing. Takes her legs off, but stays alive. And that gives full control of main now. Shopify come ripping out through Sands. The shot's not quite connecting. It's just Corrupt in the midst of everyone. Keeping this map somehow equalized. Although with Noya still hanging around here, patrolling against Bob, who was taken down early on into the round. I think Shopify did what they needed to flush that operator out and take that A side effectively.
Much better approach from them. I'm liking these slow rounds. Noya as well, who was getting shut down early, found a lurk kill in this one.
Just
well,
a
it is
save
a
call now
1-on-2
for Bob.
with 36 health. Yeah, you're not going for this. So Shopify at least getting 2 on the board. Luckily, Alexis has got her ultimate online. There is a world they could snowball this into at least an 8-4 half. That would open up some possibility.
Yeah. I mean, truthfully, I want to just see them continuing this this opening default from them. Even that round, I think they got into a tough position because of the KO ult, but ideally there, they did just want to rip the quick B execute. But I think by now proving they have the tools necessary in order to move back into A main deep and around, even without all of your utility up, I think that's going to give them some amount of confidence, try and bring this back to an 8-4 half.
So looking ahead at this next round now, Sherrod will keep an operator on the board. And it's been a couple rounds since they've actually gone into this op. They've done a much better job of clearing them off these angles. That makes me question if maybe Sherrod wants to try and get a little bit more aggressive, go for something early. You see this setup, maybe a south side crunch coming here, and all of Shopify on this side of the map.
Very early stun, just to push these players off the angle. And countered out by Shopify too. Now realizing there's not a chamber on this side of the map. And encourage Shopify to keep working in. The deep flash for Dodo now. As, wow, Swimtruck were kind of caught out there for a moment. But a little bit of passivity has caused this round to stall out.
Look at the positions on the other side for Swimtrek, though. Super forward angles, both on Bob and Sherrod. So the 3 over on A. Get to just sit and wait. Relay bolt is gone, though. So not a lot to actually stall them out if Shopify contact back into an exec on this side.
And Shopify's sand takes have been very effective, even without the ultimates. Now Rolling Thunder on side. The Swimtrack just step out in front of it. Glowstick will fall back into the smoke, but Arya is still alive on site. Just dancing right on the other edge of this smoke. As now Alexis steps into it, will be traded quickly. But now the smoke sile's gone down. Gonna require cages now to give some cover to actually plant this spike as Sarah jumps straight up the rope. Takes that pick, now putting pressure to Sherrod's back. Sherrod with the operator. Gonna be tough to work out of here without Bob's help.
One enemy remaining.
So taking their time with Sarah just requires the singular bullet. And Sherrod low. Another 1v2 for a Swimtruck player. That crossfire a little bit too good. Excellent round from Sarah to take another.
Yeah, she's coming online towards the end of this half. As is Shopify as a whole. I like the freeze in that mid-round. After showing 2 rounds where the mid-round freeze meant that they were doubling back and clearing other space in the map, here, they just go into a re-hit. And while they were getting shut down early on, it got messy with those flood retakes from Swimtrack. At the end of the day, this comp is very good when you can contact close and actually get your util in a strong position to exec. Won him the round there at advantage. Now, the wins. It's a weaker buy for Swimtrack, but big ultimates online. They'll try again for a Southside crunch. Only Noya home, and she's going on a run.
Oh, are you going all the way? That tripwire actually saves Noya's life. She is dead for sure without that slowdown on the Neon player. And now Swimtrack. They've got Shopify right where they want him. Pretty solid control of B, and Bob goes unpunished on the wide swing. Now Corrupt dancing here on the site. It is like clockwork, back to winning ways. The early rounds of this half for Swimtrack. Just Alexis now to fire on back, and Lexi's been excellent. Would need the ace to take this round. I think she knows both players are up in arcade as well, so she's making the quiet walk over this A side of the map, trying to clutch up and win this thing.
Swimtrack reading it, though. They'll double back towards A. The trip will show if she walks back into A main. How does she play this? Couple pieces of utility. She wants to isolate a fight. At this point, she doesn't know which direction they're coming from.
11 bullets in the tank.
I like this. Go
Alexis.
top side. This is a weird angle.
But very easy to spam. If Swimtrack do their due diligence on the clear, she is a sitting duck. It is a huge gamble for the new IGL. Yet Swimtrack don't expect it. Alexis is taking her time. That's the first, but not quite sharp enough for the ace. Swimtrack will lead this half 9-3.
That was a damn good try by Alexis to try and bring that round into control for Shopify. But the work was done earlier. Bob getting that 2K on site. I don't think they have been able to stop Bob a single time that they went into her site. She was an absolute menace on this KO. 15 kills in the first half. A lockdown on the defense for Swimtrack, 9-3. A great position for them on their opponent's permaban.
To stop that idea of any momentum at the end of this half as well. It's exactly where Swimtrack want to be. Now, one of the things I'm looking at for Shopify's comp, not everyone is rocking the Breach nowadays, but I think one of the benefits they do have on the defensive side in particular is the Cypher plus the Breach for trap ideas, not to mention just early aggro things you can do with the stun, which I think are less effective in this day and age. It's something that I think they're going to need to tap into to just punish the raw talent that Swimtrack bring to every single fight. And there you have it, already in front of the stuns, but the shovels aren't quite there. Good work from the Shopify hold for yet another on Alexis, and she is on fire. Back-to-back rounds, 4 and now 3.
That fight was so messy for both teams. But impressive work from Alexis, wrangling the classic right click to somehow come away with 3 kills.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I think on round 10, Alexis was bot fragging on
Yes.
3 kills, and now has just catapulted herself all the way up.
Yeah, 4K into 3K, casual work for the new IGL. Swim Trek, though. That round looked like it was going to have some good starts. The stun that they caught, Shopify, honestly, was a little unsuspecting when they got swung in sand, but work it out. Seize play. Get the Neon fast into sand. No one there to catch it, though.
Yeah, talk about quick. 5 seconds into the round, and we're just on the site, threatening spawn. Arya testing some of those higher angles. You can peek over the smoke. For the time being, Shopify keeping it calm, keeping it controlled. Not overreaching here, even though it is uncomfortable. With Swimtrek having so much space. They work through this clinically as Sarah will eventually fall, but Alexis has those trades for now.
Enemy
A
remaining.
little bit sloppy.
Spike down
And
A.
now Bob has things in a 1-on-2. Not
Surely
sure
not.
what rifles can be done. Yeah, all those bodies are tough to actually work into. And with the hold, Bob gonna be restrained to A main for the time being.
Just get your orb. With the
Bob
death
says
at least.
no.
No, okay. I respect that.
Bob doesn't care about your facts, feelings, or opinions.
Well, I would just think if she's 25 health, you just get the orb and then you die, but go for
Yeah,
it.
but Bob's also like, what if I just won the thing?
Yeah.
30
It'd be
seconds left.
crazy. Just a ghost, no health. It's a Spectre down, but Dota's watching it.
Yeah, you have to get through this outlaw first, and it's just not going to happen on a slow clear like that. Shopify have now brought this back within 4, Mimi.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned.
It's crazy that they've turned it around this way.
Celebrate that.
That first half was absolutely brutal, a 0-6 start. But seemingly Shopify is not unfamiliar with being on either the receiving end or dishing out an incredibly dominant, undefeated start to only turn around and have the other team win it.
I mean, even to win the last series, they were down on map 5, nearly reverse swept.
Yep.
10-4, only to come back and win the thing. And the way that they did get their wins in this map has me a little bit inspired. Like, it's the new player, Lydia, to win that first clutch, to get the first round for Shopify. Then right at the end and opening of the half, it's the new IGL getting all the kills, fragging out to keep Shopify in this thing.
Well, this might get interesting underpass. Shopify rewalking into the space.
It's
You're
just
watching
Lydia
this.
holding. But she is on the move too. Easily punished, but Sarah quick on the turn.
Beat.
And 3 players of this blue squad drop in the blink of an eye.
What an impressive start to this bonus round. Shopify ready for underpass. They shut this down. That is a clean one from SRG.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've been seeing pretty consistently, even in round losses, Sarah's ability to get refrags and trade her teammates out is
sure.
stellar. She's never the one that's taking an opening engagement, but if a teammate drops next to her, you better believe she's getting 1, if not 2 kills consistently.
She's been so consistent as a whole for Shopify, I think, in her entire career with the team. You know, most recently, when they were in that grand final back in Korea, I almost said Brazil, it was her who I was thinking, like, if they had actually closed that series out, she was the MVP for me, 100%. She's playing so well in that tournament. It's the same when they come back to domestic play as well. And when you're watching them play in challengers, go on their run up there to make it into the league twice, I think that she would probably stand out to me alongside Noya as like the most valuable players in those matches.
Yeah, if you're talking mechanics, these 2 players are second to none, really, in the scene. On fire is, well, it does appear to me that we have
Yeah, the timer's not
a
ticking.
tech pause. Yeah. Tech pause, the timer isn't ticking down. Ah, we fixed the problem. The
Good.
timer is now ticking down. Never mind. I've been
Tac pause.
informed that it was actually a tactical timeout from Swimtrek. Makes sense when you lose the first 3 rounds of the map. Or
Yeah.
half.
Good job, Kristen.
We got there in the end.
So they don't have great money this round. Let's see what they have cooking on attack. You mentioned it in the first half, but they don't actually have a lot of go tools despite playing double initiator. Breach stun can completely nullify a hit.
Yeah. I feel like they have really good tools for like close corridors combat, like fighting up into mains with like prowlers, flashes, etc. But full on hitting a site is maybe a little bit more challenging.
I think we'll see a lot of rounds where they hit back into sand, like you see Sarah ready for here. That's where
Yes.
this kind of comp really thrives.
Swimtrek want to get into forward space and then just beat you in duels when they can. Lean on that individual skill a bit. While Alexis will be leaning on the fact that she's got a big old gun in her hand and just hold down left click. Good lord, what just happened? Swimtrek get 3 kills out of nowhere simultaneously. And on their eco, Mimi, have numbers up.
And those guns are highly recoverable. These are rifles picked up in the hands of Swimtrek, and most dangerously, it's Bob walking out onto site.
No armor.
Shopify
And
stuck
no real
behind
health
these
for her
smokes.
teammates. As the smokes fade. Noya bides her time. Losing this round would be a disaster. All of a sudden, the comeback, all the good work would have been ripped away, but it is Lydia to step up and bring this just down to Bob. Bob got that rifle, as previously mentioned. It could be tough to clear her away. A smoke to secure some amount of cover. But Shopfire's still worried about her hanging around on site. There'll have to be spam from Bob. Noya was tanking bullets. Noya 8 bullets for Lydia, and that saved the round. Make no mistake, if Noya does not step in front of Lydia there, that is a kill on the diffuser and a one-on-one for Bob, which she almost certainly wins. Good teamwork out from Noya to secure that round.
I need this.
Yeah, that's really big for Shopify. The implications of losing that eco round would have been massive. Not only is your momentum stunted, your own economy starts to look bad, and what's an incredible comeback suddenly turns into Swimtrek running back away with this game. Sherrod will get an attack-sided operator going into the next round. It'll be the first rifle since that anti-bonus that we get to see from Swimtrek.
And Dodo's matching it on the other side, too, with an op herself. Right now, those players on the wrong sides of the map to actually get the duel. But I am curious how Swimtrek actually play out the round now with the op and with Bob solo lurking on the top
That's
side.
what I was going to bring up, right? Like, normally, it's almost always your Sentinel in jail topside having to secure the space, but Bob's just here faking away. Throw a flash, find the Cypher.
I never know if it's a fake with Bob, because it could just be that Bob wants to solo hit the B site. You never really know.
And if I'm Shopify, I'm thinking, like, what is this util?
What is happening? Like, all we've seen is KO. And the rest of their team must be nowhere. Like, we have a trip guarding Dish. Maybe they're all hanging out behind it. Not really sure. Now the
Literally
spike
sitting in their spawn.
And our ops have met each other. And the time wasted. Now gonna really start to punish Swimtrek. Arya gets a kill, though, in response. And the Prowler will push Dodo off the line. Not so easy in a blink of an eye. Arya in and out with murder.
Look north side, though. There's a fight here. It's weird with Sarah in the corner. She's caught by Corrupt.
Yeah, Sarah had to turn back and look at main. The spike, or the tripwire, not good enough protection. And now Lydia did drop the spike out in the open.
And Bob is still D, by the way.
Yeah, and Bob drops, and Lydia has ultimate, by the way. She could just interrupt this plant. Forces the player out into the open, but it doesn't stall this out. Spike goes down regardless. Now Lydia needs to hold for her teammate to come on back. It was this duo that clutched up in the last round to take it. And it is once again Lydia stepping up in the final for her new team. Amali now 2 flushes Arya out into the open. This duo of Noya and Lydia have done it again.
The rest of the team is no stranger to these kind of matches. For Lydia, it's her first time here in a final like this, playing with a team like Shopify. And she's been so impactful. The body block in the last round. The work late rounds here is good as well. For Shopify, shots a real discipline. Noya there, not over-rotating, expecting that inexplicably the KO could still be lurking on B, and punishing her late was a difference maker in letting that 2-on-3 become a win for Shopify Rebellion.
And now Shopify, they've deleted the attack side op from the other team. They've got a Rolling Thunder ready. They are just down 1. If Alexis had been able to finish off the ace to close out the half, they'd be the ones in the lead. But they're the ones without their smokes to start off this round now. Rod firing on all cylinders here. Sarah hits the floor too. And Dodo under an immense amount of pressure. Zarya slides in for 2 easy kills. The swarm from Swimtrek dismantle Shopify.
This round looks a lot more like the first half. Swimtrek absolutely bowl over the B site. Shopify wanted to trap play and refight into Arcade, but no one gets caught from Swimtrek. And instead, it is a summary execution in something like 20 seconds. And the issue is, with these rounds having been so close, with the back and forth, the clutches from Shopify, their money is boomed after losing that one round.
Yeah. All the way down onto pistols. I guess a Guardian for Dodo is the best you're gonna get. My attack KO is now opping, by the way, over on Dish. If you were
It's
going to the
Bob,
Bob
Christian.
check-in.
How are you surprised? The Boperator's back.
The Boperator! Oh my god, I haven't
You
gotten to
forgot,
say that in
didn't
long
you?
enough. Yeah. Never forget the Boperator Sova on Breeze. Bob been doing this on initiators for an eternity.
She's been doing it since she was playing with Alexis and was
Yeah.
winning these trophies with Cloud9 White.
So Alexis shouldn't be surprised. I think she still would be the first time you see it on the attack side out of Bob.
Yep.
But definitely Shopify are going to know the NOP is in play, and I think that's a large part of why no one's peeking anything right now for him.
Look at Bob. She is alone on an extremity as KO, just walking in with this operator.
It's so
like,
sick.
if you remove the icons, I'd tell you 100% that's a chamber.
Yeah, that's
right?
a chamber with a teleport setup, for sure.
Uh-huh.
Nope.
Nope.
Not the Bob way. Now, I am curious about Shopify's setup here. With Alexis hitting her with the fault line, there's a camera ready for a trap play in main. And I think missiles as well primed from Sarah, if she wants. A quick pinch from Dodonut through the door. So it depends how many Swim Trek players step into that vertical line. And actually, it's a brilliant ultimate to try and interrupt that. And just execution once again. I thought the setup from Shopify was great, but the combination of a 0 point and that Brimstone ult forces Alexis to give up that trap and instantly wins the site for Swim Trek.
Credit to Arya. She's looked so good on these entries. The last 2 rounds for Swim Trek.
There.
They can give a lot of the credit to her. Of course, the setup has been absolutely excellent. The follow-through there as well as the last few members from Shopify
Enemy
to
remaining.
work back in. Arya won't let it happen. It's a quick 4K out of her. And Swim Trek now just 2 away from shoring up their first pick.
The Swim Trek called that timeout and have adjusted with, I would say, considerably more speed at the start of these rounds. That last round, they did have that reset in the middle. Try and see if they could come up with an answer to potential eco stack on the site, which worked out beautifully. And now, Shopify gonna have to come up with a winning plan now that they only have 2 more opportunities to fail left before we move on to Lotus.
Now, it was that hard hit round before in round 18, where they just got bowled over on B. So I think it might be looking at how they're approaching these trap plays. A couple of them I've thought, hey, the setup looks good, but the follow-through hasn't quite been there for the squad. If you're looking at other win conditions, not only do they have big ults online going into this next round, but Dodo has that operator again. Against a team who has been contacting so much, especially towards Dish, I think that this op should be a good answer.
Yeah, I also think when you want to run more trap setups, having an operator to play on your weaker side is really effective, because then you're not overcommitting resources. You can't have Breach playing with the Rays if you're doing a trap setup, likely.
Sure.
Unless she's part of the trap itself. So I think this definitely has some strong ideas for Shopify.
It's a big one, though. I think you talk about implications in this series. If Shopify could win Fracture, the map that has been their permaban all tournament that they've barely played this year, if they could take this one, I think that really shifts the tone of this final. You start to look back at, okay, the narrative of it's a final. Of course Shopify's going to win. Of course they're going to show up.
You want to play?
Where we're
Let's
looking.
play.
The op is here. Another trap play towards Arcade as Dodo steps back in.
The trap is off the off, as a matter of fact, but the shoulder was spotted. And now everything's getting sent in, but look at that ultimate. Watch it rip these players to pieces. The combination there between Lexi and Sarah devastates Swim Trek Blue. And they're not done yet. Now marching forward, they've got their orders, and they're going to follow them to the bitter end. These Shopify initiators show up in a big way. You thought Swim Trek could end rounds quickly. Lexi and Sarah can deliver in just the same way. Right back in it with a 3-piece out of their IGL.
Tough start to that trap play with the AWPer getting taken down with a headshot back through the wall. But the follow-through was just too perfect from the team. Sarah, Lexi, top of the scoreboard for their team right now. And now that gap back down to 2. Shopify back into this game again. It looks like they have a good read in another one of these rounds. You see the initiators this time primed towards A main, in the right position for a trap again.
Yeah, a little bit less overwhelming without the Armageddon, but Still an early missile that Arya ignores completely. Neon can just get in front of that utility. So Swimtrack already have control of Sands. Smoke's traded out. Here's inside everything. It's getting all haywire. It's getting messy. Evenly traded as now Lydia steps in. Looking down on 3 players once the smoke clears. Noya just needs to stay alive. A showstopper claimed 1. Noya still a problem. Noya still undealt with. And now, Dodo and Sherrod. Up V up, but the switch over to the secondary. Sherrod takes off Dodo's head and lets her know about it too.
Match point.
That is the round that might just determine this game, and Sherrod just too damn quick. Dodo got caught in transition between pulling out her Sheriff, trying to get that weapon back up in time. But the Chamber just thrives in those positions, despite the missed shot.
So Swimtrack Blue on map point now.
And now this 5 for Shopify looking at the other side. Weird again, Dodo still has it off. Another chance with that. The rest of the team trying to scamper together something to stay alive. She needs to find impact. That was her chance. Slips away against Bob.
There.
Shots exchanged. Just warnings for now. But Arya wastes no time. Always so quick to try and capitalize. Nothing can be heard, but Dodo doesn't even care. Dodo's still alive up in heaven, but the operator shots cannot find their marks. It's starting to fall apart. Dodo needed more from that position. And now even more is going to be asked from her. As just a pistol in hand is all she can really bring into this fight now with Swimtrack in full control of the site. Sherrod lands yet another insult to injury, besting Dodo so many times in this opener. It'll be Swimtrack Blue to open up and strike first here in our grand final.
They picked this map, their opponent's perma, because they've looked excellent on it. Shopify might have baited you a little, got that comeback rolling. But Swimtrack still good on the shutdown. The last 2 rounds of that game come down to Dodo with an op against Sherrod on the other side. And in both of them, it is just an absolute diff from Sherrod.
Oh yeah.
Credit to Swimtrack. This is exactly the start they need if you want to win a final here.
And if you're a fan of watching some chaos in your Valorant games, that map to open it was exactly what you wanted to see. And there's going to be plenty more coming up after the break. The analyst desk will get you ready for map number 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Wyatt and Emily to break down all the action. Swim Track Blue is winning their map pick and are leading the series 1-0. That said, SRG certainly made them fight for it, even though the first half didn't quite look like it initially. Let's talk about how they got it done, because just like we expected, guys, Swim Track, they came into this map and they played fearless. They were just running through smokes, their flashes were good, they were just... yeah, their floods, their retakes, their everything. It just looked good.
Yeah, for sure. This team is 5-0 on the map heading into this for Reason. Now they are 6-0 on the map. Honestly, I have to give a little bit of respect for SRG to be able to come back. Like, I thought that was just going to be a pure blowout, but a lot of credit to Alexis. This play on the pistol round, that got them in position to start actually stringing some rounds together. Almost finished that first half with the ace clutch as well. She really stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, the gears were definitely turning on the side of SRG, even if it might not have seemed like it in those first, like, 6 or 7 rounds on that first half. But you saw them trying to adapt. You saw them on, I believe it was round 7. They used a lot of their ults that they had stocked up to try and secure and did secure their first round. You know, they were struggling a lot when they were having a lot of those retake problems going up against Swim, and they were just unprepared. So you saw them try and set up for a proper counter to their retakes before getting that bomb down. And then, you know, I really liked when they started slowing the rounds down a bit and starting to do a little bit more of that push-pull and get more info before fully committing into a site. And it was looking good for them towards the end there, but it just wasn't enough. The way that Swim was playing, how aggressive they were, how willing they were to fight at every single moment, and just not allow SRG to gain any space. But then the tides did turn. We see that second half. SRG are waking up. They're playing a lot more cohesive together and actually getting a lot of those trades. But I gotta say, there were a few rounds there that kind of shot them in the foot. That was the nail in the coffin for them, right? You cannot be getting, like, one round coming to mind is we got an op kill towards that A main, and then Alexis ended up getting picked off, and then Donut got picked off. Like, we had the man advantage, but it felt like the rounds where we were overcooking for SRG when we were doing a lot of these, you know, attempts at doing some trap setups, that's where they got lost a bit. That's where we saw them start to overthink and not just simply play together and peek off of each other. Like, the ideas were there, but the execution was lacking a bit.
Yeah, I was really impressed in the way that they're able to set up Arya in a lot of situations. She took 10 first engagements in this game, wins out 5 of them. I think that had a lot of impact on what happened. But beyond that, I'm really looking at Bob. I think was the most impactful player on the Swim team on defense, taking so many liberties, pushing solo for space. It made it easier for some of the retake situations as well, when you're watching her just controlling, like, B main, for instance, and then when the retake comes in, they've already got that position. Like, that one round as well comes to mind where the pace change came in that you were talking about, Emily. There was the slowdown in the mid-round from Shopify. They're faking around the map. They pivot back to Bob's site. She's alone, and then she just gets 3 kills. Like, she was finding outsized impact throughout that entire game.
Yeah, and I love that they made that change as well, right, Emily? Like, having Bob on KO instead of playing that double duelist, which they were so successful with prior to today.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, it's also mind games, right? Because you're not gonna expect a solo KO being the lurker, especially having an op in hand, right? So even though a lot of the times you saw that SRG were thinking, oh, I think Bob is actually playing solo, they were still a little bit hesitant on just starting to over-rotate because, again, it's a solo KO. Like, you don't see that often.
Yeah, no, but they pulled out all the stops, they got the dub, and now, of course, we're heading to SRG's map pick. Before we dig into that, though, I want to hone in on that first half, especially from what we've seen from Swim Track there, because you highlighted a few of their retakes as well as their floods that just worked so well and so flawless from them, Wyatt.
Yeah, this was earlier in the game when it felt like it was going to be a straight-up blowout, and we saw SRG just running into a brick wall on this B site, running fast execs because they have a Teo, they have a breach, let's go quick, and it was never working. If Bob was playing on site, she was able to get multi-kills, and then while holding on the site, we were watching the rest of the Swim team with a Neon just rotate so quickly. burst out of the smokes, and then even getting away with a round, a full 5-on-5 retake where they had all 5 players coming from spawn here. Look at this. Like, this should not be happening. There's barely any utils to get back in with either. They just straight up get all of the kills, all coming from spawn. That's criminal, but they get away with it. Like, they were just dominant on defense, and it felt like, yeah, even though SRG, they had a great attempt at the comeback, Alexis really rallied them back. It's just not going to be enough when the deficit was that great that early on into the map.
Enemy remaining.
Absolutely. Off to a rough start, and their defense brought it back, but did not, unfortunately, ended up winning the map. But we are headed to Lotus, a map that we got to see a lot of from SRG, Emily, and you were a big fan of their defense, or the defensive halves thus far, as we've seen them, what, 3 times in the playoffs already?
Yeah, I mean, 2 times back-to-back yesterday and the day before that. And it's looked great because early on when we saw them play against Ghost, their defense was not good. They were getting run over round after round, but they made a bunch of changes. It feels like now everyone knows what they need to be doing when it comes to the solo side, the weak side, and the group, and how they maneuver the map, and just their overall reactions. And why I think their defense is so important here is because both of these teams have reps on Lotus. Both of these teams have gotten wins on this map, but it's really come down to who has the strongest attack side. So if SRG or Swimcheck are able to beat the other team on when they're playing that defensive half, I think that's going to be the win condition here. Whoever gets the most rounds on defense, because both of these teams' attacks are excellent to watch.
I'm looking at this. There's no way this is correct, right?
I was
There's no
about
way
to
these
say,
are the
like, this
comps,
seems
right?
to be quite a departure from their previous
There's no way
compositions.
for Lotus this is what we're seeing. Looking into this, all good. I'm going to assume things will be similar as
just
they
to keep
were
us on our
before, I hope.
toes.
And if
Yes.
they are, I hope that we get to see some more of the ISO from Swimtrek. I am a
You
Lotus
prefer the ISO over the race?
believer. Well, they run double duels. I think it's very good on the map. Listen, Viper is very important on this map, but they forego the Viper for the ISO, the run it down. ISO is so good at brawling on this map. I think the lanes for the vulnerable on defense are really good as well, but the issue is playing without a Viper. If SRG continue to run the Vice in their comp and you're just kind of recklessly hitting into these sites, you're going to get massively slowed down. You're going to get stuck in the thorns. And an SRG who have a Dodo Nut Neon will be rotating over there ASAP to flood. So there is some danger in their approach to the map, and that is going to be what they go for.
Yeah, and I mean, it does feel very one-dimensional, I'd say, without the Viper, because you don't have that lurk pressure towards A. You're kind of having to commit towards sites. Yeah, but this is kind of what we're expecting, right? With Swintrek, if we just base it on what we saw on Fracture, they don't need to really have a backup plan. If they can somehow take those floods and those retakes that they were having on that defensive half and bring it into their execs here, no matter, even if they do have this Vice on the other side, if they're able to just kind of create space and get those first initial picks, it could still go their way. SRG are going to really have to be on top of their game on making sure we're actually getting those trades this time around, because on that first half of Fracture, we weren't getting that. They were getting ran over. They're getting pick after pick, and they were falling apart at the seams. But I feel so confident in the fact that, you know, this is a map, they have reps on it, they've scrimmed on it, they've seen tape from Swimtrek and know how they like to play, and I feel like they're very good at countering these teams that love to just run it down and go fast.
Yeah, they have switched into this KO. No Sentinel on Lotus is crazy. But on the attack side, for them, I'm just trying to get that knife connected onto Sarah wherever she's at. Find Sarah and throw the knife at the Vice so they can get into the site on the exec. This is a crazy comp.
They're coming in with confidence, I'm sure. Yeah, Swimtrek making some changes to stay unpredictable. And on the other side, of course, for SRG, we see them run it down as they've already done so here in the playoffs. Can they tie up the series? Let's find out and send it over to Ender and Mimi.
Yeah, that's what we're going to find out. And the real question is, will Shopify be able to shut down Bob? The KO merchant of the grand finals was lethal in that opener, and now taking it into Lotus is a very unique twist that Shopify are going to have to come up with some answers to on the fly.
Yeah, it is certainly a strange change-up to see this map with no Vise, no Viper, and a double duelist KO. Let me tell you, this first half, it's probably going to be pretty damn fast. And the rounds where it's slow, something tells me Bob's just still going to be solo lurking on the KO.
Yeah, what Bob was doing in that last map was a little bit absurd on the attack side, whether it was the attack op or not, and then on defense, the amount of multi-kills, just solo anchoring a site, disturbing as well. But I'm curious to see Shopify's setup in this round, how deeply Dodona is playing on this C site. They're trying to make it look like it's just a Viper hanging out here, and entice SwimCheck into running into the meat grinder that is this triple stack of Shopify's. And, well, it works out beautifully at the start. Dodona good for those first 2 kills, and SwimTrack have been entirely stalled out.
The other side, Shopify have eaten up space on the map. SwimTrack, nowhere to go. Let's just try and find a fight here, down a player.
And down a whole lot of HP as well.
Yeah, no shield for the ISO left, and still smoke in their face, Shopify. Just post, wait for that drop to come, as SwimTrack desperately trying to bait a fight out here, but not getting anything.
Still paranoia available for Corrupt if they wanted to use that, but with 50 seconds left, Bob has said, no, I'm going to try and get something done somewhere else on the map, see if any of these Shopify players have crept too far forward.
If they kill Alexis, this round starts to become a lot more doable. She's now working her way back towards B. Vice wall.
30 seconds left.
With its owner dead, and Alexis posturing
no.
up.
Oh,
Bob!
the timing on that is ridiculous. Both players look away at the exact same time, and Alexis just flying on these pistols. The last pistol she played, she got a 3K. Here's yet another to open up this map too strong.
Dude, how good has Alexis been today? I swear this is like her third 3K of the match.
Third 3K. She has one 4K as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say good. She's been
Pretty
playing
sick
good.
individual day from her. That's a big pistol round. It was such a massive loss streak early on from Shopify. When you looked at map 1 of this series, it was the defense where they started to stumble together into a bit of a comeback. And I think that this SwimTrack comp, it's a test of if you can hold against the full exec of these agents, because their macro is not going to be great. They don't have a Viper to go back into A. They don't really have excellent kind of utility to slow things down in their post lines. All they can do is run at you and fight. They're good at it, but Sarah locks it down in this round at least.
Yeah, SwimTrack actually bought up a considerable amount of pistols. The Sheriff and the Swordians are now just charging in. Glowstick just takes the torch out of Alexis's hands for 3 kills in this round on the pistols. And SwimTrack have been entirely divided. Glowstick has somehow made their way onto the C site, while Bob hangs out here for just a moment before being put away. Now on the high line, Glowstick in an unexpected position, but the Outlaw does work from long distance, and we'll see this round through.
It's a super scary round for Shopify. Credit to Glowstick getting those 3, making that look like it was something. But Alexis, again, you have to give credit to her. I think Bob's position was so good there, too. You'd think at least she'd be able to get 1. Alexis just a bit sharper. Very end of the round.
Two rounds in a row on that B site that Alexis gets the best of her former teammate.
Yeah, saving her team in that one. So now here comes the buy for SwimTrack. Glowstick getting an Odin on very early. And one of the biggest strengths of this ISO comp is going to be your early fight for A. That undercut means it's basically illegal to run forward and actually fight into that space. So they're going to be great at taking early space and being able to seize that. So I'm looking to see Shopify play more around the re-clear plays in the mid-round and play range maybe. Dodo with that Outlaw this time.
One suppressed.
Well, the knife will tag Alexis in the second round in a row in that position. Shopify are playing way deep on this one, with just those 2 guns carried over as their real investment.
Alright, scaling up. No re-smoke unless they want to give that up for later in the round. That's the trade-off of not having that Viper in play. So Shopify put 1 deeper instead. SwimTrack still just looking to find some kind of pick over the top that Shopify's not giving.
But now Lydia's rotated back over towards A because Noya's been holding the forward C line for quite some time, just on the jump peaks. Shopify feel comfortable enough to gamble a bit on this B side, although Lydia getting shot down, spammed out through the wall. It's going to make this hold infinitely more challenging to hold firmly on to. And with that pinch coming, wrapping around from backside, this execute and the entry pathing is a good look at what's to come if Shopify continue to play passive holds on this A site.
Yeah, this comp is just so good when they can contact close to you and go for those pop plays into the site. Like, just imagine what the combo is like of Arya sliding at you, Sherrod with a shield scaling behind, and then all of the utility flying over from the rest of the team.
Yeah,
I think that this has to be a...
Yeah, essentially one of the cool things about the SwimTrack comp is that both of their duelists are almost impossible to just like one-tap kill on a site entry because of the neon movement and the ISO shielding, which makes you just get overwhelmed so quickly. Like, it's so hard to actually anchor a site without supportive utility.
Yeah, which is why I think that the key to the game for Shopify on defense is refighting, re-clearing, giving that initial space, and taking fights on your own terms. What I think is going to be tough to find value with, though, is an operator. The ISO is a pretty good counter to this. So is the Neon with those fast slides. So for Dodo, who I think was struggling some with her opping in game 1, especially in those last couple rounds, it's going to be tough to see how much value she can actually get with the weapon here on defense.
Yeah, I felt like at the start of that second half, Dodo was pretty on point with the operator, but when it came down to crunch time, once it was those, you know, map-defining rounds, that's where Sherrod had her number. Again, a very passive line over towards this A side, just waiting to see if someone peeks out on the right side of Rubble.
Yeah, reading that they'll have to contact into this deeper space, use the util earlier. Not a bad idea.
The whole idea for Shopify is that they have this Viper wall up, 3 players on B ready to very quickly rotate in behind it. Means that SwimTrack shouldn't easily be able to get this space, and they won't. Alexis just faces up on her own, and there the flood comes in. And it will eventually go Shopify's way. It's closely traded, but that's the reason Shopify had so many players on that side of the map to begin with.
Bob now alone in a 1-on-2.
Yeah. Bob the last alive again.
Lurking
Patrolling
KO
will
punish.
shut her out.
Yeah. Really good refight, though, from Shopify. That's exactly the type of round that I'm talking about wanting to see them go for deeper plays into refight versus contesting into early space. They picked a fight on their terms there. They traded out well. And now they'll keep this lead going. But for SwimTrack, you might start to adapt off of that, right? Use less space early on to just fight into Rubble, instead save that for these deeper angles. So something to track throughout this game as they set their sights back towards C. Bob again, the Salt player away from the pack.
Yeah, just keeping that default utility pattern alive. We'll call in a dark cover onto Rubble, and actually, I tell a lie. There was no knife sent over into
you
tree.
expect conditioning. This is my lurking KO.
No, just going for some spam. Wanting to have the knife, I think, for the quick C-pop, but that'll come at the cost of not actually selling anything on the A side that Shopify instantly have cleared away.
Yeah, you can just leave Lydia on this forward line now. Free up Alexis to rotate back. But it's going to come down earlier. Dodo on the off angle. Has to hold the line.
In a good spot for it. Up high, but the shield is just too hard to play against. And now the swarm comes in. Good holdout from Noya. And the counter utility, the snake bite on the ground with the wall, means that no one can actually follow up and help Sherrod out. So at the same time, Shopify are now sprinting up front B. With knowing that no one can be heard on the sprint, Alexis has a massive opportunity to catch a flank on this B plant on a very quick timing. And it would just be Bob to hold her at bay in main.
Spike planted.
Remember the first 2 rounds of this map? It was always Alexis that bested her.
Is she waiting too long, though? Pressure coming from the door as well. Killing Bob is paramount to this round for Shopify.
Yeah, she was asking for the help with the door tap. And Bob is out in the open, a sitting duck for Alexis. But it's come at a cost of time. And Shopify do not have an easy path back into this site, especially with the hold, but the follow-through from these 3 Shopify members coming at the perfect time. Keeps this ball rolling for Shopify.
Nice retake out of Shopify Rebellion here. SwimTrack, I think, from a very tough position in that round, called the right reaction, fighting into that Fade who they had just seen ult in the round. But it was actually Alexis's patience, choosing not to take the fast timing and instead waiting late for the bait from her teammate. They kept it secure. These last rounds have been very close. SwimTrek has been doing well to stay basically neck and neck in the trading. But it's been Shopify just getting like 1 kill over them both times now.
Literally, Shopify win that round with 18 HP combined across 2 players' health bars. Like, it could not have been any closer. Any amount of utility could have finished those players off. But no, instead it'll be SwimTrek down onto a bad buy.
Open up for Sarah. The Omen TP still gets across for SwimTrek. I like this from them testing up.
I was going to say, Alexis had to break that door herself, and easily could have been caught out by Corrupt. It's all good. There's another swivel on the door.
One suppressed.
Keep SwimTrek biding their time for now.
Yeah, much more active round from SwimTrek here. Re-clearing back towards C. Shopify very quick to rotate players in this direction, as a lot of the priority was just getting those orbs. ISO ult online now.
And the rotations have to come in quickly because Shopify put their Vise setup over on the A side of the map, so the actual stall elements on B, not as effective, although they still do have the paranoia, which can be strong, but not always super relevant versus a Neon team that can just slide up point blank. The near sight not going to really affect Arya when she's zipping back into bend.
Sarah's Odin on the tight corner.
That is pretty tough to beat. And dare I say impossible. It's a good seize. That's going to pull out the Steel Garden from Sarah. She is just battered and bruised back on site. SwimTrek committing multiple ultimates now into this execute with 15 seconds left on the clock. They want to make a go at this. And Glowstick picking up the Odin is going to make it a lot easier for SwimTrek to hold this forward position. The paranoia, some smokes can be cycled. That left click just held down too. See how well Shopify can do to come back in. Dodo quick on the approach. And the lightning zipping out of her hands. That Odin had been passed back into Corrupt. And now you have to clear out this Odin in tree. Not an easy task at all. SwimTrek have stolen away this round.
I really respect the decisions in that round from SwimTrek. Arya realizing that fight back site was the difference. Choosing to invest in the Neon Ultimate for it, getting that pick onto Sarah. And even though they were down numbers in that post plant, the weapons recovered, the positioning that they gained ended up just being so strong with that Odin spray down at the end.
Yeah, I do feel like that first step back from Sarah is the one that kills you in that position. You know, as soon as you fall back, you're playing a very, you know, shallow line with the Odin. That allows SwimTrek to be the ones running you down.
Quite a few, though.
Yeah, Recon flips back and forth. Dodo thinks, hey, it's my turn to start running at you. That seemed to work in the last round, but the same recipe does not come away with the same result for Shopify. And Bob's off his back. You've been bumped.
Normal behavior. The server.
My offing KO is solo entering the C for me. And it's effective. That's the best part. I just love to watch it.
Yeah, one of the most fun players to watch is Bob. And still off and holding the flank now. Ready for Alexis to come walking in.
Yeah,
Bob's so perplexing.
Bob is literally over 3 versus Alexis in this game so far. It's like, this will be the difference. I'm going to hold the flank with the operator. Sherrod just wilding out on the spray for another quick 2 back into spawn.
Alexis will not let her record slip. Just plays for the exits here.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, this goes to show how important that last round was that SwimTrek win on the eco, forcing Shopify into a bad buy. Like, realistically, this game should be starting to snowball out of control for Shopify. Up either, you know, 5-2, 6-1 even if they had better guns than this one. It's a very different story just off of one swing round that SwimTrek take.
Yeah, Shopify will call the timeout off of that now. And it is a tough comp to play against. I think round 4, round 5, those re-clear plays that they had set up were really good. I haven't liked as much the rounds where they're still trying to play for sites, but playing like deep in sight, like Sarah did in that previous round. I think you either have to actively go for re-clears and take the initiative in the mid-round, or you kind of have to play full retake. Just any time you've seen a player from Shopify on site against a full SwimTrek exec, I think it's gone badly. Just the combination of utility and those two duelists that are brutal to deal with in a one-on-one means that I think re-pushing mid-round, going for flanks, that kind of thing is where Shopify is going to continue to find success.
Yeah, it does feel to me a little bit like Shopify are almost playing like very reactive to what SwimTrack are doing. They're not doing a lot of like forward fact-finding or like group fighting, things of this nature, and instead the read is don't give SwimTrack the early fights and maybe you have a little bit more success, but I don't think that's been a winning recipe for them necessarily today.
Yeah, I feel like it's that you want to see more of like active reclears where they're fighting and maybe a little less of just like the contact trap plays. I think both are solid though. So they talk through this round. 4 on defense is already a solid start. If they can get a couple more on the board, I think it puts them in a good position, especially against a comp on defense that doesn't have Viper or a true Sensi.
Once again, Bob solo over on this side, ripping the ultimate, flashing herself in with the operator. It doesn't get more Bob than this, and it does, by the way, a headshot with that op. She'll run straight back over to join her teammates and play out the rest of this round.
What a ridiculous beginning. Literally every piece of her util was used on that kill. Every single one.
Her whole
They see
team is
Lydia,
just
by the way.
hanging out in A. And now go for the kidnap. Welcome to the show, Lydia. Good luck versus Sherrod and the shield. She doesn't need it. She just takes that duel to instantly equalize numbers.
Guess who's still here though?
Still,
Bob
actually, guys,
with
come
the
back.
Operator.
I got this.
Well, now
Little
you have
bit
no
odd.
KO util to exit. She just has a contact. Oh, the timing. Sarah's backing away.
To walk right in front of that wall there. Sarah will claim the first. Duelist out of the equation, but still a mess back sight. Lydia ported straight in to Corrupt.
Yeah, miscom. I think there with her committing to that one, and now it's a great position. They op up in the post plant for SwimTrack.
Yeah, I mean, the op is up this time. The flank from Alexis repeated. This time, though, with the rifle, she is activating quickly, and no one is guarding for her. She will be
One
the
enemy remaining.
way to break the back of SwimTrack, but she waited maybe a little bit too long. Was holding for her teammates. Of course, she doesn't know that no one's holding her. And now caught out with util in hand. We're all tied up at 4.
So, the solution is solo KO re-clear A.
No, it's not the solution.
It always has been.
No,
It turns out that was Bob's 3rd kill of the game. And yeah, let's just watch it.
The solution cannot be that Bob is just supposed to use all of her util and an ult with an op to headshot the neon that solo playing Sand.
By the way, even after they do this, they go down 2 members on this initial C exec, but I think the little miscue there between Sarah and Lydia with her sticking the port and just dying on site, that's what ended up actually losing this round for Shopify.
Yeah.
And
also
again,
think
it's
that-
like it's a close round that immediately resets their economy.
Yeah. Back onto the light by. I also think it's just an element of like this comp with like the neon and the omen, how quickly SwimTrack swarm you. That like even if you do get like go up kills on the actual site hit, you just don't have enough bodies to deal with the 3rd, 4th, 5th players into the site from Swim.
Certainly a brutal one to deal with. Shopify will quiet stack the A site. SwimTrack contacted up for a lot of space already here.
I mean, B side is just completely open. SwimTrack have navigated into this one. I mean, they haven't gone B really outside of, I think it was the eco round that they tried to finish on, and never really pathing through A to get there.
No, this is different. Every time previously that they've contacted up A like this, it's just been a pop onto the site.
It feels like an anti-eco idea from them to work into B from this angle, anticipating a heavier stack on one of the sites, especially
30
when it's
seconds
all
left.
been so quiet for now. The great thing for Sherrod is that, hey, they're just all the way up in heaven already. For a quick pick on Sarah. Shopify now forced to kind of work back on the A side, push and pull, find something, but unless some kills start going their way quickly, there is not going to be any chance in the world you can come up with this eco round, especially not when Arya's moving like that, like clockwork. SwimTrack sees the lead.
I think a lot of what SwimTrack is succeeding at is as simple as what you brought up earlier. That every time there is a team fight, it's just so impossible to deal with the agents that they have in their composition. The ISO shield plus the neon sliding is so brutal. And those two players have looked incredible mechanically for both Arya and Sherrod. And you combine that for a team who, while it's been unorthodox, I think have had pretty good answers at the macro level to Shopify here as well. And, well, sets them up for a great half.
Yeah. I really want to see Shopify taking like longer range engagements. Like with an operator like this fighting forward. This, of course, it doesn't go their way, but Alexis is there. I think just playing the waiting game on site, playing close range is where the ISO and the Neon are going to absolutely fry you. Be a different approach here with the rubble control, but SwimTrack are just going to pop right back into it. You'd have to expect.
Yeah, they're in position to do so. Krupp still has a paranoia. This time, Bob with the team, looking for a jump peek.
Yeah, no jump peek to be had because Lydia's up here, and Bob is probably going to read that with the clear. Was the headshot, but the Phantom forwards Bob 10 HP to land the killing blow. Now Arya back into the mix with a quick trade out of Sarah, sipping out into the open. It's a great hold. The Sarah-Lexi duo pushing SwimTrack back. Now Bob, who was put on to 10 HP off that opening shot from Lydia, put into a world of hurt. A 3K out of Sarah to even the score.
It's a big one for Shopify to win. The trading on that fight was really nice from Sarah, from Alexis. I mean, these are some of the players who have been stepping up for the team repeatedly and stepping into this game now for Sarah as well. Half gets really tight now. Both teams still investing into this operator. Dodo's going to put that one back towards A. And SwimTrack, after pretty much spending most of their time towards extremities, it looks like they're posturing for something towards B here. This side has almost always been light for Shopify, looking instead for them to refight into the sides.
Jumps up onto Root, and Dodo will take her down. No more Bob in this one. But SwimTrack are going to call Arya back onto the A side. Not working with a lot of space on the map yet, but equally Alexis under a lot of pressure if SwimTrack keep this pace up.
Yeah, they've gone full quiet now outside of A after breaking that haunt. But Shopify, with the position that Lydia has, are holding their nerve on this side of the map.
There's an orb ready for Sherrod to steal if they wanted the kill contract, but instead preferring to keep it quiet.
Bring them down.
And to aim for the fights instead, and Alexis thinks her back is held, and it is by Noya. She made her way back into the site and holds for the slide. Great patience, not firing too soon against the Neon. Makes it an easy hold for Shopify to lock down A.
Shopify navigate the chaos in these last few rounds. Another good lockdown in the fight there from them. And this is now shaping up to, from a half that was snowballing away from them, to be a really good position for Shopify to be in, already getting 6 on the board. I think that a lot of just like the team play and how that they were fighting around these late rounds from SwimTrack, pretty rough in the first couple rounds. I think of that teleport miscue on C. I think of some of the rounds where they're just getting completely caught off guard by these neon slides. That team fighting has looked really good in these last couple. They're trying to keep that up. So we head to the last round and a half, and it's another brawl A from SwimTrack.
Lydia pulled into the duel zone once again. Last time bested Sherrod. I love how slowly she takes the fight to break the shield, but Sherrod will still knock her out in the end. Lexi's still tucked into the corner, but Arya on site is somehow behind her and killing her. This is SwimTrack just completely running over the defense. The hold broken in half by the kill contract. And Arya seizing that space, not doubting herself for a moment, is certainly going to take this round.
Arya's still going for it. Noya will best her there with a 1-on-4. And the angle's held.
Oh man,
I think's not good enough.
I don't know if I want to give all these ones to Noya.
Yeah,
it's
still
lucky
scary.
for SwimTrack that Shopify are Phantom merchants in this one, because you can count on maybe 2 hands already how many times they've just been dinked and left on 10 HP.
It's been a fair few. That half was really interesting. It felt like every one of these rounds was just like a tipping point of Shopify has it under control up to a point, and then suddenly, if the one kill goes the wrong way, it's a neon in the backlines, it's an ISO in front of you. Like the second you make one mistake in how your trading happens against this comp, it is so quick that just snowballs into the entire round lost.
It's really punishing. But now SwimTrek have to make this comp work on the defense side, where sure, they have 1,000,001 ways to turn off your utility, whether it's the knife or the undercut, but really I think the name of the game is the forward fights. Triple stack on B for now. Alexis right around the corner. He's been the pistol demon so far today, and this time gonna just get run down, completely overwhelmed. The rest of her team having to accelerate now into A, realizing there is the pressure of the flank coming online. Arya wasting no time at all to deal with the smoked player on the other side. Shopify been pinged out. They've been knocked down, low on health, and blinded up entirely. Somehow Noya trying to see through that, but the reload will be her demise. SwimTrek Blue take their pistol and the lead again.
Great work from SwimTrek. Just brawling their way through that A lobby fight. And looking excellent while doing so. Sherrod with that shield, I think, has just been getting an insane amount of value there. Going for that 3 push through at the same time that they were getting aggressive on the other side. This comp doesn't have a huge amount of depth when they're actually playing back. Like, all of their stall utility is basically just the stun from the duelist and then the 2 different ways they have to shut off util. So they have to be fighting, they have to be in front. Shopify knows this, but it's still tough to deal with a team who is so good at that style.
Well, because when your mechanics and your teamwork is at the level of SwimTrek Blues, when they're constantly having good spacing and they're constantly being able to trade each other out or play complementary angles, well, you don't necessarily need to have the crazy exec utility or whatnot. You just have a lot of characters with high individual agency that can navigate any situation sort of on the fly. It's not like pre-planned playbook that wins you around. It's being able to find yourself in unique spots consistently like this one and just constantly come out on top.
Yeah, it really shows the difference in approach between these teams. Shopify has always had excellent individuals, but their focus has always been on being the best team they can be, right? Having clean games, looking like they have excellent macro, playing comps, most of the time playing the meta stuff that you see teams from VCT, things like that. SwimTrek is a lot more just leaning into how strong their players are, putting them in positions. Like, is it good to play KO on this map and have your KO lurking and opping? Probably not, but like, it works for Bob, so it doesn't really matter. They play to their strengths. Sure, it's a little weird sometimes, but the execution is what's important. And that has been really good today for SwimTrek.
Winning this round, and SwimTrek start to run away with this second half. Got a couple of scoped weapons that could do some damage if Shopify aren't perfectly diligent as they work their way in. Right now, Shopify just doing some calm defaulting to scout out and see where SwimTrek are sort of stacking their resources on the lighter buy.
With a Viper on your team, just kind of re-walks into A a little easier. This time, absolutely no one there. Shopify
There.
maybe not knowing how lucky they are to avoid this entire stack on the left side of the map.
Good guess from them. I'm curious how quiet Alexis is going to be, because at first I was thinking maybe she's going to be front B to maybe sell that it's going to be a B pivot through A, but I think Shopify, finding no players on the A site, have just called the audible and have said, well, if there's no one here, we can just plant the spike, and now Alexis can be late round insurance on the lurk.
It's still a question of how long she stays.
It's a question
She
of how
dies.
forward can they walk, too?
Yeah. They've walked pretty damn forward. They're playing all the way for CT, expecting a flank.
Uh-oh.
Looking the wrong way. Oh, what a turn!
Yeah, Arya couldn't land the quick double headshot, so Alexis will punish her. Same thing for Bob, body shot, but not quite enough to turn the tides on this round.
Cover going out.
Shopify have a very forward hold. Never had to use the paranoia on the execute, so can stall out behind the one-way, keep these players back. That times out the 0 point as well. The flash under the smoke, but I mean, that looked good to me, but it certainly did not blind Dodo Nut in that position. So this retake falls completely flat. Shopify will get their first of the half.
Yeah, it might have been one of those like slight difference in the observer client moments, because it definitely looked like it was out of that smoke, but just
I
barely
was
catches the
blinded,
edge.
but Dodo Nut wasn't.
Yeah. Either way, it was a bit of a risk to go for a stack like that from SwimTrek when they were just playing on their lesser buy. Didn't work out, and Shopify Like the audible call there to go all the way into the contact and set up that great deep post. But here's where things are going to get more difficult because Bob has an operator. The Odin is in hand for glow stick. And I do think this op solves a lot with their macro. When you have a strong weak side, with that op in hand, it lets you really commit to these fights elsewhere with a bit less risk.
It can be a little hard for Bob if just get to run down without having instant utility to try and slow down someone approaching. No way to escape either, so it's very risky whenever you go for a swing like that one. This time not punished.
Look how passive Shopify is, waiting for the play to happen. So they're happy with what they have.
Just waiting to work back up into C. Shopify did hear the op shot earlier, but I think if they even just put down an attacking smoke on site, there's real threat to overwhelm. Sherrod trying to step up in front of the fight off the flash! It's a perfect combo for 2 kills. Bob's still hanging out here. We'll have to fall back. More passive. The support is miles away from SwimTrek. So Shopify would need to seize this quickly and punish that window. It won't be there this time around. Instead, Alexis was looking for lurk on B, but instantly shut down by Glowstick. And just off that flash swing combo, SwimTrek get in front of the execute, shut out Shopify.
I think these last 2 players will just look to save now. Down 2 on 4. They completely back away. Not only was that refight play with the flash so nice, but keeping a player mid, reading that someone's going to try and walk back in and get that space B was really good. I think with a comp like this, it's easy to want to over-rotate and always be there in time for the fights. But it's all the more important to have that player who takes the moment, is stepping back, actually holding your gap. But it's a glow stick there. SwimTrek now pulling ahead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, now they've seen maybe a little bit of the patterns from Shopify. The last 2 rounds, it's been mid-round that Shopify group into a 4-stack to slowly work in and pop into a site, while Alexis is patrolling front B. It's been that 1-4 consistently. Now SwimTrek could come up with some ideas to exploit.
They're going to set up strong towards A this time. Early knife for Bob. Shopify don't have great tools to contest that, which means that Corrupt will get posted yet again on this top angle. I do like how they're kind of consistently holding Sherrod in reserve in some of these plays, right? Like they're going to show someone jiggling towards C like there always is. They'll show someone TP'd up, but Sherrod is just kind of staying passive behind, ready to refight with another fight.
Oh, Bob is playing front B for an easy kill on Alexis. There's the read the Bleep pair dealt with.
And now without Alexis, that's kind of the go button of your round, taken away from Shopify. They'll contact back towards C. This is a weak site, just Arya here.
But Arya's so quick with it. Still has a stun ready, so can take a shot, fall away, choose when she wants to get back into the fight. But with numbers up, SwimTrek gonna play passive and play for the retake. It'll be up to Noya, who's front B right now, to cut down some of these players moving back through the site. And the timing of it is a little bit too late. Shopify looked for that forward fight, and now a kill contract will pluck Sarah out of the equation. Sets up for that duel inside of the zone. Shopify with 3 left alive, and Noya finally there on the lurk. Now full control over Waterfall as Dodo wraps back around these players on site. Arya will fire right on through, bring it to a 1-on-1 where Sherrod is somehow behind Noya. Still at that point into the round, has the time to make the long run back over onto this site, see that diffuse through, and move up to double digits for SwimTrek.
Only a few seconds to spare, but they come away with this retake. That got so interesting. I think Shopify's call there, down numbers to stall for Noya to go on that reflank, should have been the winning play. She gets 2 kills in that round. He's in a position to win it. But that second re-wrap at the very end of the round.
Yeah, the irony of you saying before the round, it's like, you love how SwimTrek is keeping Sherrod in reserve. For that to be like, Sherrod doesn't do anything, it seems like, for the entire round, and then goes for that late bat stab is crazy.
Yeah. Just chilling out. Shows up at the very last second to win it, though. This map looking rough for Shopify now. They're choosing to buy into this round. They have a Neon ult for Dodo. This is a must-win for Shopify. It's weird on the other side, too. Full armor and pistols getting bought up for Corrupt and Bob. Everyone trying to figure out which direction they want to go. As
Well,
the timeout
I
comes in.
hate to ruin your narrative, but there has been a timeout called, so they can't buy any guns right now. And there's plenty of money to actually get the 4th and 5th rifles online.
Yeah, you're right. Me when I can't count. This is why this generation will never own a house, because they can't even look at the savings.
It's a real shame. Yeah.
Yeah. A damn shame. Like, I didn't even
Truthfully.
know that was there. I assumed it got spent on, I don't know, avocado toast, something like that. That's
You know
really
what else is a
relatable.
shame, Mimi?
What?
The fact that Shopify have only won 1 round in the second half. The fact they're already down 0-1 in this series. The fact that SwimTrack is starting to run away with it. If Shopify don't capitalize off their ults in this round, it could just be cooked.
This is a must-win. Everyone, some form of half armor. Shopify open towards C. 3 players here from SwimTrack as well.
About to be a brawl when these smokes come down. Shopify, the fighting tools, limited. A stun and a prowler for Dodo. Ultimate out in full force as Lydia hits the floor once again, but this deep hold. SwimTrack just not quite forward enough to be able to work off of it. Bob was a little bit far back, still has a shot, just down in the trenches right now is Bob, up and down, left and right, prancing about. Eventually will fall, bringing this down into a 2-on-2 with a whole minute to play.
I just cannot believe that Bob lived for that long. Now, this 2-on-2 glow stick spams away. No adjustments is out, but these players are very separated from SwimTrack, at least for the moment.
Glowstick spam, though, has actually forced Shopify to stick around on B. They don't want to step out front B. So now the exec into Sherrod, who just full contact in. What? Now has a shield up with 30 seconds left to go. Noya doesn't want this fight. That's not going to be an easy one at all. Noya has 20 seconds left to make a decision. Has no coverage in terms of smokes or anything to work off of. She taps this door, she can be shot from every single direction, and the fight will still end up coming to her. Sherrod is fearless in these engagements.
The mechanics on these SwimTrack players is so sick to watch. Sherrod in a 2-on-2 alone just contacts, sidesteps into that fight, immediately executes that first player. And then late round even, despite nothing catching, just takes the 1v1 anyway. No fear for Sherrod, no fear for SwimTrack. Shopify's money is shot, and this is looking like a 2-0 start to this series now.
We're on the brink of it now. Shopify have no real chances left. Need to get something going and get something going quickly. It's going to be SwimTrack actually the ones to put the throttle all the way down. 2 more for Arya. Electric on the slide forward. The Donut will fall as well. SwimTrack aren't allowing Shopify any time to even breathe.
Anti-eco, and they're running it down into spawn with the Neon ult. Arya with 20 kills right now. SwimTrack have Shopify on the ropes. They'd have to win 5 rounds in a row to even bring this map to overtime. They are picking this series. Head to Ascent next. Another map that has looked so strong for SwimTrack in this tournament.
Felt like yesterday, FlyQuest nearly did the impossible. Nearly pulled off the reverse sweep against Shopify. Now SwimTrack could threaten just a 3-0 sweep. But 1 more clean round in this half. Things up this time around. Not running at Shopify this time. Instead, just laying down the fire and bringing Dodonut into the 1-on-1. Dodo steps in front of the wall and is instantly knocked out. No more duelists for Shopify to play with. They've got to come up with something and something quick, and it's not going to come easily. Rod will take down Lydia before falling, and now the spam through the wall! SwimTrack Blue are ridiculous! Bob, too, has the op kill on front B. Anoya once more left alone in the 1-on-4, just counting down the time before the end, before the 2-0 is achieved. Nightfall's throne is an act of distraction for Arya to finish the job. SwimTrack Blue now on the verge of the sweep. They lead this series 2-0.
It's looked so sick today from SwimTrack. They come out with 2 comp changes. They bring out the Boperator on the KO in both of
Crazy.
them. And they look absolutely on point here. The combination of that neon, of that ISO, the team fighting in that first half was sublime. And in the second, making some really creative calls towards the end to close things out with the aggression. And I think if you're a Shopify fan, you can believe they can come back in a BO5 like this, especially after watching yesterday. But you're heading to Ascent now. A map that SwimTrack, they've only played it once. They were playing Reyna last time they played this map. You don't really know what to expect. This is really uncharted territory in a grand final.
It absolutely is, and it's rare territory as well for Shopify fans to start doubting the result of a final. Down 0-2. Plenty more left to come. We'll be right back.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now it is time to call all event organizers because Riot Games is excited to announce the launch of the Valorant North America Community Event Support Program. You can build to celebrate and empower community Valorant events across our region. Starting today, event organizers across North America are hosting any Valorant-related events can apply to receive an official support package from Riot Games, which will feature limited edition swag designed to level up their local LANs, campus clashes, community gatherings, or watch parties. The Act 4 kits are available in limited quantities. Valorant events taking place between June 19th and August 31st are eligible for those. So sign up your event this summer at the URL you're seeing on your screens right now and take advantage of this wonderful program for your upcoming event. Can't wait to see. I love our community events across the globe. And of course, North America, they know how to have a good time. And so do we here at our analyst desk. It's Zoe joined by Wyatt and Emily to break down the action. Where do we start this one though? Because I generally thought the outcome is going to look a little different here. I don't understand. I do not understand why SwimTrack can make this comp work against SRG. This should not have happened. Am I the only one feeling that way? I feel like I don't understand Valorant anymore.
Sorry, I'm here. Yeah. It's just a weird.
She was so
pick.
insightful.
I was, yeah, I was super passionate. But no, it's a weird pick. It feels like they just picked the KO as a last minute thing because of how well it threw SRG off in that first map, right? Because I think their comp from before was completely fine. It still gave them that double duelist, but KO on Lotus, who expects that? Who's gonna see that? And I feel like in that first half, SRG did good. Like 6 rounds on defense is not bad for a Lotus game, especially, you know, going up against a KO that you don't really know how to play against, right? You're not expecting the flashes, you're not expecting the knives. And I think overall, they did a great job on that first half, calling the bluffs with, you know, having Bob being more towards that solo side and kind of just creating some fake pressure. They were calling the bluffs, they were taking the space back almost immediately. And it felt like that first half, I wasn't feeling the value from the KO, right? Like when I wasn't feeling any super impactful flashes because a lot of the time they weren't lineups. It was just right-click pops, and SRG felt good at being prepared for that. Or even with the knife combo, there weren't like any insane lineups that were allowing them to actually, you know, hit any of the Sentinels or the Viper and allow them just for an easy exec. So that's why when we saw them kind of go more towards that C-side, they started to struggle.
Yeah, it's like the lack of all those lineups were also what made it so indicative that they're just sending it on the KO. Yeah. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to switch to it and see what happens. Because on defense, it was getting more value. Like we saw some of the pop flashes being thrown out towards C-Mound for one of the duelists to swing off the duelist, who, by the way, accounted for 10 of the 13, I think, first kills over on the side of Swim. They were both going off. Like Sharad's ISO getting involved in so many early fights. Arya's making the Neon look like it didn't get nerfed at all. The movement is still looking insane, sliding around, consistently getting kills with that.
Yeah, it's literally the Neon that I never want to have in my game, ever. Whether, actually, if they're on my team, that's great. Like, let's queue up, let's go. But I just want to say, like, when I brought up before, Noya was saying that they feel very comfortable coming into today's match because Swim do like to run these double duelist comps. But it's still not what they're used to because they're bringing out the KO on these maps. They're bringing out different variations and they're still not standard comps, which is why I think that they're struggling so much today. Yes, they're running the basic bare bones of a double duelist on every single map. And, you know, Noya and the rest of their team of SRG, that's what they're used to playing, whether it's in challengers, whether it's scrims. But when you add a random KO Bob into it, it does a lot of damage, as we have seen in these past 2 maps.
Yeah, I want to hone in on that KO Bob a little bit because she's definitely been a standout in map 1 already and now running it back. And we questioned it, right? We were like, really? Like, you want to forego the Vice for a KO here? Like, that seems like a mistake, but alas, it was not.
I mean, like, this round, it's ridiculous. That round, everyone's brains actually turned to soup because they could not figure out what was happening around them. Like, the ults that were being used in that round were ridiculous. This was a good pop flash one, but on attack, yeah, it was just crazy. Like, I honestly came away from this game feeling like if SRG played against a Swim Trek that were just running a more standard Lotus comp, they probably win the game, or it's neck and neck. Like, I don't think that Swim Trek were doing anything unbelievable and innovative with the KO. They were actually hitting them with a confusion hit, and SRG did not know how to respond, and it felt like it threw them off their game plan entirely. Like, they started using ults in weird times, moments where positioning was getting messed up. Like, it really just felt like it actually was too confusing to play against. Like, a case of they didn't even know what they were going to do, so how could your opponents predict what's going to happen next? Because they were just winging it.
This should not happen. I sound harsh. That's because I genuinely care. This should not happen to players of such a caliber, though, because the Shopify Rebellion Gold players, they're veteran players. They should have seen it all, especially if you're playing in tier 2, where teams have a tendency of throwing like some mad stuff out there to see what sticks, or like roll out with some really old comms. So like you kind of have to be ready for everything. And for them to just not find the adaptations and unraveling like that, this is not the first time we've seen them doing that in this playoff. This is what got them into the lower bracket in the first place, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even feel like the big adaptations were the problem. It felt like a lot of the micro decisions and how a lot of these players started maybe doing some panic reactions, like I was kind of mentioning, with some weird ults coming to play, weird util coming to play, weird swings, like just not being on the same page because of all the chaos that was going on the entirety of the map, right? Like because the ideas were flowing. You saw them trying different things, whether it's from Fracture, whether it's from Lotus. They were trying to do big picture things and try and maneuver around Swim Trek, but it just fell apart when, you know, Swim Trek made their move and SRG just weren't ready at an individualistic level to deal with it.
And also, Swim Trek individually, their talent is
insane.
Sick. Like, so that's always going to be a problem too. Like, even if they have some of these situations figured out, the Shopify players still need to outshoot a team that has 5 shooters on it. We're heading to Ascent. This is the dream of, you are the team that is playing double Sentinel on Ascent. The map gets picked into you. You get to start on defense. This is going to have to be a situation for SRG where they dominate this defense half. Like, win the pistol, clean anti-eco, economy is rolling, all of the util is coming up. We've got an Odin for Sarah. We're buying an operator. Like, they have every tool that they need to actually wipe Swim on this first half, so they have enough breathing room to close it out when things get tough and they have to play attack.
Listen, they were having some really close games with FlyQuest yesterday, and they had an 8-4 half on defense, being up 8-0, and it still was not enough. Fly were able to kind of go into this reverse sweep just by doing little things like bringing out a double operator on their defense half. So looking ahead to this map, they're already like they're already struggling against Swim Trek. Going into this map, you're right, they do need a dominant half, but like, I'm talking really dominant. Like, it has to be at like minimum for me a 10-2, but even then, yes, their comp is super annoying and hard to play against because you are running that deadlock, you are running that Cypher, but with how Swim Trek are playing, even if they decide to switch up their comp last minute, how chaotic they are, SRG need to fully reset, come back into this map, know that this is their half where they can actually do something. They can pop off, and we're getting a comp change. Never mind.
It's just chaos. I mean, this really, Bob is just doing whatever they want to do today, picking up the Rays. I mean, it's actually like less optimal switching away from the Jet to the Rays because you'd want a Jet to be an Opper on defense against the Shopify comp. But
they
actually,
comp
never
too.
mind.
Yes,
Shopify
it's a basic rate comp.
We're taking it back. We're back to 2021. It's original Ascent time. And honestly, I'm not mad at it. It's going to make them a little bit more dynamic on both sides. You get Alexis playing KO. Alexis individually has been on point today, and this is an agent where you can put up bigger numbers, have outsized impact with the fragging, and she is on point, so I really want to see that from her.
Yeah, and Dodonut needs to be activated in this last one as well. Jet definitely a great agent to do that on. We just need to see them firing in all cylinders. I like that Shopify Rebellion Gold is switching their composition here, since they did really not find success with their previous Cypher Deadlock comp, right? I mean, they're 0-2 here on this map. This time they're starting on defense though, Emily, as you brought up. Maybe you know, the grail, the saving grail for them? Can they tie up the series, or can they get into the series rather?
Yeah.
They just one map on the board, or are we gonna see SwimTrek Blue close it out with a 3-0 sweep in the grand finals? We're about to find out and send it over to Mimi and Ender.
Well, I don't know if I've seen a more ridiculous agent select in my life. On the brink of having a 3-0 victory in the grand finals against Shopify, SwimTrek Blue have picked everything you could possibly imagine.
Yep.
It doesn't look more solo queue than that, while Shopify go back to the tried and true, Mimi.
It's ridiculous. I don't think I've seen a comp like this in a Game Changers event that's like this crazy in a game of these stakes since a team accidentally picked 5 duelists and won at
Team
GCC
SMG,
a couple
I
years
love
ago.
it.
Yep. It's ridiculous. But they're one map away from doing it. It would be the first time in eons that we had a brand new squad lifting a trophy of a stage in Game Changers. And if they do it like this, if they shut down Shopify with a Reyna and a Bob or Raze, I mean, what a moment it would be.
Just insanity. Wouldn't be anything other besides that, but Dodonut has other ideas in mind. The kill and now the dash. Slips over to the side, still holding it down, but will falter. The rest of Shopify not really moving over to help. Have taken full control over mid, and SwimTrek could be caught running on out of here. Noya not quite ready for those players. Thought they'd be working into the B site by now. We're in a very funky position. Shopify have everyone here in mid to be able to try and fight their way out of this. I mean, it's a mess from SwimTrek. They thought Bob had the entire A site to herself. Now Shopify have no idea the Raze was solo execing on the A site. A little bit of a bananas pistol round to follow up off of bananas agent select. And what could just be a bananas map 3?
Solo Raze Lurk taking the A site, check.
Yeah,
Ridiculous fight in main, check.
Bob's playing the Raze just like she was playing the KO.
Yeah. You guys can't see, but I just look over and Chrissy's like half fallen out of their chair on camera after watching that round. Amazing
it's just
stuff.
Silly.
I mean, credit to Shopify. They dealt with the silly well that round. They punished the B-main fight. They react well in mid. Alrighty.
Oh, shock dart. Ew.
Ooh.
Shock dart and a molly thrown out. The molly was broken, and so was Arya. Nice start. I am curious what this Reyna is going to be doing on attack. I often feel like Reyna on attack is just like not an agent a lot of the time. Like, because the fights you're taking, you don't really need the dismiss a whole lot. It's like, okay, the heal's pretty nice. On defense is where you get to shine and have like the actual montage moments.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange pick. I don't know if I can give you any more answers as to what the Reyna does on attack. I mean, like, the flash can occasionally be good. Would I rather have a KO? Yeah. Anyways.
Okay, hear me out, hear me out. You throw out the Leer at the same time that the Sova Dart lands. So if you break the Sova Dart, you're blind. And if you break the blind, you're Sova Darted.
Guy who's an archaeologist 100 years in the future and uncovers a 2023 Paper X Ascent VOD for the first time.
30 seconds.
It's like, so this is the legendary dinosaur people were talking about, the Paper X. I understand. I imagine this is what the comms sound like in the SwimTrek camp while they're facing off against a full buy here on just pistols and already down their Reyna player. Now 10 seconds trying to pop into the site. Hey, well, the dart went unbroken for a time, and our Omen has teleported into the middle of a spike and planting inside 3 players. A win's a win. SwimTrek got what they came for.
I mean, that's a win. Come on,
that's crazy.
That's big.
No, I'm being for real. That's something.
Plus 1,500 credits. You take those. Still, Shopify locked it down. They won the fight B main. A little easy anti-eco. Let's see what they're really doing now. Because unlike the last composition where I'm like, okay, the execs are crazy good, they have an ISO, they have a neon running at you. Not really with this comp. You have the Reyna, who has flashes, they're good at walking around the map and looking for picks. You have the Rays who can entry. I actually think like you kind of have to play slow with this comp. And Shopify, they're
playing
looking
fast.
to play fast.
Yeah, Paranoia ready. Expect Dodonut to dash on into this one. There's a wall to mean Dodonut doesn't have any more support, but she's still going for it. I mean, she is just out here, not a care in the world. But that Lear comes in, and hey, on full
Rain of value.
display, the reactive Lear has meant that Swim Track are up a player 10 seconds into the round.
This time the Omen, the one lurking. Already worked a lot of space back towards A.
Well, the judge has been spotted. So Swimtrack are gonna juggle guns back into spawn because Sherrod is solo execing the A site. On the anti-bonus, up numbers, Sherrod has still found a gap.
Sarah walking back down Cat.
Wait, Bob is still on B. This is, okay, for the record, this is not good, like, anti-eco or anti-bonus protocols. And the spike has been caught out. This could actually be a disaster if Arya drops. Like, Swimtrack are playing fast and loose with the rules and have given Sarah this round. Like, straight up, this round has been handed gift-wrapped package to Shopify. Still not an easy one to win, but with 30 seconds left, Swimtrack are going to have to give up their position. They allow Shopify now to set up 2 players in A main, guarding this spike. And the Knife 2 scouts out the players. Sarah is just going to take this one easily for herself. 4 kills as Shopify start to run away here in the third map.
Hey, if you're going to pick a disrespectful comp, a comp that is just ridiculous, that you're just playing for your individuals and you're playing fast and loose, then hey, Shopify, they'll turn back around. They'll have the players to match you in that. Big ups to Sarah. She's 6-0 right now, trying to defend that streak that Shopify is on. Not having dropped one of these since that game against YFP. That was not even in a final all the way back then. I mean, the last time that they lost a stage, not a kickoff, was against EG. They were still wearing a version 1 jersey back then.
There.
Still playing with Mel back then, but a different look this time. And Shopify now tasked with the fight back.
Oops.
Dodonut, quick work of Arya down in mid. It's interesting, really, coming off of the series yesterday, which had to have been exhausting for Shopify. They very nearly just had a clean 3-0. You know, they were dominating in the third map of that series. Ended up. Well, hold on. I'll get back to that. 'Cause now Swimtrack have the numbers, have the A site, still have to escort the spike through mid, which won't be so simple with Dodonut guarding the space, but dark cover. We'll get those players across, and Sarah once again catches that spike on the rotate. Will drop down. 2 beautiful shots from Glowstick. Now Noya has an opportunity to catch the spike, even to catch the showstopper. Bob alive on 1 HP, and that's all she needs to trade out the kill.
Spike planted.
Still a world for Dodo. Both these players are 1 HP to that Outlaw.
It's hard for her to work with it. Now Phantom in hand and caught picking it up. So the sins of round 3 have been rewritten off of some crispy Sheriff action out of the Swimtrack squad.
And do I think they played a different, like, perfect mech around there? No. This was just the mech on the Sheriffs getting those fights. It was still messy.
Yeah.
This
I mean,
time,
literally the
they come
difference
out
is
on top of it.
Sarah didn't kill both the players that were rotating late with the spike.
Yes.
It's that kill right there Glowstick gets. That is the main difference.
Tough timing there at the end for Dodo as well. Just pulling out the knife the second the player swings her in heaven. We'll have the blades this round. Fight into B main. You see Sarah on a deep line, ready to Sova ult off her teammate's contact.
That'll be the dart first, and then if the full commit, then the ult. I mean, it's a little... It's got to be strange for Swimtrack to find ideas to step forward into space without, you know, truly forcing utility. Like, even just having the KO in the place of the Reyna gives you more reliable flashes, gives you the dart, but it will be that ultimate now, wreaking havoc down in mid, exposing Arya for these 2 other Shopify members to capitalize, and Dodo maybe getting a little over-eager, dashing above tiles as that shock dart just punches out Glowstick caught in the drone. Swimtrack or rather Shopify are taking some plays out of the Swimtrack playbook. They're the ones getting active now on the defense, trying to run down the attacking side.
Corrupt on literally 1 HP. Alone in this forward position. I don't think they're going to read into this flank from Shopify. Both players coming all the way through main.
Yeah, especially the double up here. Would require absolute perfection from Corrupt, and good God, they've got it! Out in an instant! Snuffed out. That was perfection.
Tell me how the hell Corrupt gets those kills.
I'll tell you, 2 instant headshots. No time to react.
I barely understand. That was instantaneous from Corrupt. The Nessa's bigging them up at the beginning of the day have been having such a great playoff stage so far. And I think that was such a must-win for SwimTruck as well. They lose this round, their money's reset. It's Shopify running away with this half. Instead, flips right back the other way.
We're out with the dart.
There.
And by the way, Shopify down onto just pistols now. Shopify put a lot of resources into mid. I feel like their side holds have sometimes suffered for it. SwimTruck have been able to get a lot of forward control. Nothing really changing in a round like this, although Shopify realized no one's actually hung out in mid. So now they've rotated 4 players onto the proper side of the map, Mimi.
In a good position here. Lydia in that close corner will be contacted. Yuto ready to follow.
Yeah, no one quite has the swing to Trey, but there's Alexis for 2. It was slightly delayed, but it was eventually there. Alexis stepping up to the challenge. Still, these shock darts are going to be absolutely devastating. Dodo hiding away back in hell. With a good shot out from her, somehow these sheriffs have shown up to play, and Shopify respond back with a thrifty in their own.
Hey, the GCD goes both ways. You lose a thrifty round just to those sheriffs. You win one back for Shopify. But I don't think it was just like really good mech they won that round. It was great reactions. Recognizing that it was a lighter play in mid, having those quick rotations to set up the right stack on A. And swinging with some really good util to get those kills.
Not breaking Swim's econ just yet. So Arya is down onto the Deeg. Pub with an operator. You can see the wealth disparity between our 2 duelist players on SwimTrack. You know exactly where the priorities are for this team.
It's clear. Much slower one here. They look to work back towards mid. And this time, Shopify playing more to bunker on these sites, giving up that space a little more with just the alarm bot and a deep jump peek from Alexis.
I have the spike.
Still not a lot of control in mains, but the B main turret hasn't been broken yet. SwimTrack heard that one, but we're waiting to break it, I suppose. This puts a little bit more pressure on B. You can see it draws out the drone in mid, which did not see Arya down underneath it. Shopify think mid is open and are anticipating this B pop. So Alexis is already over here.
Yeah, it's a good read again. 2 rounds in a row for Shopify to be in the right place. A null command as well is big to shut these key ults down.
But a lot of util can get thrown out before the null command comes online. The first cycle is just going to be the nade in the choke point. That's some extra stall. And Donut is kind of the critical player here. Can she stay alive for a kill? Can she stay alive on site? With the nanos on site too. SwimTruck are totally stuck in. They had to teleport into the site. Trying to make some kind of headway here as Sherrod gets dropped on stairs. Now Arya works in. Dodo's still alive, trying to stay up for a moment, but it's not going to happen. Player's paranoid, but she's getting pinched from every single angle. And the operator too covers the lane approach. Lydia going for a little bit of scouting and is shut out instantly. I thought Shopify had all the stall they needed, but
yeah,
those players in spawn just got melted.
It really looked like they had that round in the bag. But I want to give credit to Corrupt. I think that the first big kill of that round comes from them. As the Omen is TPing in, they're getting swung from CT. Corrupt shuts that kill down, and then that opens them up to get these successful trades into the site. They're also just very patient to not actually like rush that hit backside and instead be ready to brawl towards the CT flood players.
I'm really surprised. I'm curious what happened to Alexis, because she didn't actually use the null command. Like, I don't know if she got like caught on a spam shot or what, but that's uncharacteristic. That late into a round. That's kind of the checkmate ability. Already on to the next, though, with the forward line held by Dodo. So the sole resources for Shopify. 2 Guardians in this.
Shopify with just a couple trap plays to try and get a pick. Either this Guardian in main, which it's already shoved away by the drone. That's what I'd say if she wasn't confident enough to stay. It's another shot though to finally get her out of that position.
Yeah, and they even put down the Vise wall as well. It's just baited out one more time by Donut to keep the threat up on that side. That's going to bring SwimTrek into the trap idea on Tree. Sarah's going to have to be crispy with the shots here. Paranoia waiting. Flash ready. Now they know Sarah is going for this one. And Lydia, I don't even know if she ripped the Paranoia. SwimTrek just waltzed straight on in there. The trap amounted to nothing. Shopify just got surprised, I think, that SwimTrek were walking in there, and they just continue to get surprised all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Even this flank feels a little bit desperate. The shots aren't connecting. Shopify have watched this lead off of the pistol and the bonus round wins slip further and further away. This will certainly be the finishing touches tying up this map. And it will be 4 now, apiece between these two squads.
I'm really curious to see what went wrong with that setup. Because it looked like it was so perfectly set up, but you saw the first player in the corner gets caught off, and then Sarah kind of sidesteps back into that smoke and gets caught with her head blinded, but her legs still showing, ends up dying there.
What that felt like to me from working with teams, was because that flash came out, Sarah might have called to fall away. And as a result, Lydia is confused, oh, do I give up do I not use the Paranoia? Do we just get out of here? Do we use it? That seemed like one of those things where just something is communicated, but both players aren't really on the same page.
Not on the same page yet, which is so rare to see with Shopify. Normally they are on point with that, but here, suffice it to say, looking a little shaken. Tech pause. Wahoo. Getting cold. So we slow things down 4-4.
Yeah, it's weird because I know the desk was talking about a little bit how it felt a little uncharacteristic in that last map with some disjointed play between Shopify, but I do feel like maybe not even necessarily disjointed play, but some decision making errors or micro errors with Alexa's null command not coming in the previous round and that little 1-2 punch not coming online. It's a little bit odd to see from these players wearing the Shopify jersey.
Yeah, they're always excellent in those moments, but today it's been different. Makes you wonder as well with how the team has changed, obviously, not having Mel in this tournament. I think you normally look to her to be the force to bring the team back into it, to call for that stuff and kind of reset. She's been with them since the beginning, since it was just her and Lexi winning the first one of these tournaments ever. And now having to navigate that, the Alexis temporarily stepping up to the IGLing with a sub player coming in. With all these changes, but still with the expectation of being the team that has won every single GC.
Every single one they played, and they have just about taken, apart from that singular EG blemish when they were wearing the V1 jerseys. But you think back to the sort of the Lexi Mel duo that have been going all throughout Game Changers. That started back with that Cloud9 White team with Bob in the mix. And for Bob, who left the team after that inaugural year, after falling just short of the championship, Bob has yet to win a Game Changers title. And now just needs one more map to claim victory against one of her former teammates, against the spiritual successor to that Cloud9 team.
And it's also for Bob this kind of full circle where she's met the Shopify core when playing in Challengers. She's beaten them there. But actually doing it here in GC, doing it with this project, this free agent team, that would be something different entirely.
Yeah, title matches are completely different. The best of 5 has a different element to it as well. That's where you saw some of the grit, I think, of Shopify in yesterday's series, where they almost let it slip away, but locked in the latter half of map 5 to come back and their ticket to today. That's where you see Dodonut stepping forward and eliminating Bob on the other side to open up this round.
It's been the slow plays toward mid for SwimTrek. Pretty much the entirety of this half. The AWP, a great answer from Dodo. She sticks around. Maybe a world for another shot here. Daria just waits on the other side.
You don't need a trap play if Dodo can just hit these shots here. And Shopify still have control of A main. think this has been something that's been lacking for the team is the forward control in mains. They've been playing so passive all day long today. I think really giving a lot of space over. Before, they'd been playing the double Senti comp on this map, which I think it makes a ton of sense to play that way, but now they need a little bit of activity, and that's what Sarah's looking for. Player holding her right on the other side of the smoke, though. A death sentence to step on forward. That's where the responsibility is going to come to Noya holding it down on this site as her teammates fall behind her. As the teleport comes in from Lydia to reposition on this side of the map, Donut will strike into the back of Sherrod. And we're down to 10 seconds now. It's on to these anchors to keep things alive, to keep it afloat. With Donut doing great work on the operator, Shopify right back in it.
That round is all about Dodo. And it's not just that she's getting that opening pick, but the pressure on the map that she's creating. She funnels Swim back towards that B site, and Shopify this time have a good setup to hold. They play off each other on these anchors. They lock things down. It took a pause, a moment. That was more like it for Shopify. This half very much still salvageable.
Shopify going 3 players into A main this time. We've seen the B main aggression from them. First time the op is on this side, and good lord, what? Arya just jumps through the one-way, rips Dodo's head off, and gets out.
I don't know what to say other than that I'm just disgusted by what I've seen. That was the only player without a rifle, by the way.
And now Bob with the operator jumping up onto the high line. The leer from Arya to set up for a couple of nice shots, and Sherrod stabs those players in the back. What did I just witness?
I don't know, but it was gross.
That's a save call if ever I did see one.
Yeah, most certainly is. Shopify will back away. I mean, you get such a good round. Dodo's hitting with the op. Your team play looks excellent on B. And then they hit back like that.
Insane. We were wondering what the value of Arena could be on attack. Well, there's 3 players in A main. She lands 1 shot to get the kill, and then can dismiss on out of there. No issues whatsoever.
There it is, the reign of value that we've been waiting for.
That's my pitch for the Reign of Value. Just hit all your shots.
Just jump through smokes and hit every shot. It'll work, I promise.
Seems to be the winning way. And, well, good news for Swimtrack because they hold on to Hunter's Fury. Just one away from that Steel Garden as well. The best ults they've got.
So Shopify now, looking at their side, they won't have that operator anymore, but still blades for Dodo. Earlier in this half, they went for a couple aggressive plays. Doing a little more passive scenes. I wouldn't hate to see Dodo get active with the knives in this round. You see 2 players set up around her in A main.
Time Dodo. Creeping up, playing the close angle. See if Dodo actually wants that 1v1. I might have a moment of pause, you know, second guess myself before taking that fight again for the filth that was just unleashed. But I'm not one to be dismayed. No dash even ready, but I mean, does she just sit here, take the forward information, allow Alexis to start shifting back B? That seems to be the idea.
It's a really good position. Swimtrack are still not making too much of a move. You see they're suspicious. Someone could be forward on A, but they don't commit the resources to re-clear. Instead, they walk back up to find their ground elsewhere.
Yeah, even you have the turret that's guarding mid right now. Shopify don't have any control there, but it will guard the cross from on top of Switch where it's perched. And Dodo not moving in now is just about the best time you could possibly catch. That's Sherrod. Out of the mix now. No more smokes left for Swimtrack. That's going to make hitting the site almost impossible. You can't actually block off the angles from spawn, which is exactly where Alexis strikes you from. Oh, 20 seconds left. This could just easily be a save call to come in. Bob still has the operator. Still testing the angle. Not nearly enough time to actually play this one out. She'll drop down the paint shells and try to live to fight another day.
Despite the unorthodox comp with the double duelist, You normally look at one of these kind of ranked comps and you think they're going to just go aggressive every round. But really, the tools are much better fitted to playing a little bit slower, to looking for pips.
Round before the switch.
So I'm liking these looks where Shopify is trying to push their advantage on the weak side early. They're going for the A main play. The round that they won in round 9 as well was Dodo swinging mid with the op. I think those kind of rounds have been the key to getting them into this half, keeping things competitive here.
That forward source of information always going to be a major benefit to you. But I think SwimTracker responding to Shopify seizing some space and saying, actually, what if we just did do the run at you, go B idea? Not really second-guessing anything. And they do have the right ults to rip it.
Yeah, but so does Shopify to play retake here.
Yeah, Hunter's
Jesus,
Fury
Hunter,
tags
that's
3.
big.
Oh man, the response. Sarah is going to fall, but Glowstick takes out their teammate too. Too many lasers to deal with. Mission impossible for Arya. So it's
Poor
just
Arya,
an even trade.
I think tanked like every shot
Yeah,
of their teammates Hunter's Fury there.
might have been some nanos on the ground too. I'm not so sure. All things considered, though, this wall's still up. Shopify in a weird position to retake. 4 players through market, none through spawn. Not something you see every day, especially because they have that lockdown available. They have to move up to switch if they really wanted to use it. I don't even know if they're going to have the time to rip it. They do decide to go for it. And now Glowstick drops a port away from Sherrod. Sherrod is back on spawn as these players desperately try to escape, and Alexis tears them apart. Sherrod, the last hope to try and keep things even at the half. But now Timmy on duty will reveal exactly where they are. That retake was perfection. Alexis keeps it controlled to maintain the lead at the half.
I'm surprised they actually get away with winning that retake despite having the right ult to get the job done. I think it may have been a bit of a mistake there for Sherrod to go for that TP so early all the way back towards spawn. You can time Killjoy ults by staying in the circle, ulting away, and canceling back in. And I think either just fighting up with their team or doing something like that could have ended up better. Either way, if you look at it from Shopify's perspective, that's what they needed. That was a bit of a shaky half, but they come out the better of it, and they've got a comp that is tried, is true, is solid on the attack side of this map. But it's tough to know what to expect, especially with how much more dangerous that Reyna is, pushing into extremities on defense. How tough it is to actually deal with Arya when they're playing aggressive.
Yeah, similar to last game, SwimTrack just have very versatile fighting tools. You can capitalize off your own utility. That is the strength. But this time, on those long angles, a little bit harder to make use of that. Sarah will claim first blood. Now the refight A main. 2 players move past, and Alexis is going to say, nope, 2 players on that side. We are definitely heading over to the B.
There's still thorns in a wall here. It's only 1 player on site. Corrupt looking for a timing, caught by Sarah. And now it's tough for Glowstick.
Yeah, Sarah was caught in that exact reverse position in the first half. Was punished for it. This time she posts on the line. No issues whatsoever, although an overheal could be problems. Ari was taken low enough. That's not in effect. 96 HP to play with. This forward hold just to swing off one another. Broken momentarily by the dark cover. Gives a pathway for Sherrod to move in, but it's not clear enough. Alexis will take yet another pistol round for her squad.
Good job to them. Bob was just going for kind of a crazy swing early in mid there and gets shut down. I think that you're going to have to see a little bit more tact with how SwimTrack want to approach their fights in the mid-round. I think that they're going to do a lot better since they're not playing the Jet at fighting for extremities instead. That's where off-angle Reyna, where Raze Nade refights, all of that is going to look a lot better to me compared to just trying to straight up take these kind of longer range brawls.
Just a sole sheriff for Sherrod this time. It's interesting because SwimTrack have actually been a team, they've been buying a lot of pistols on their second rounds, which I think has left them vulnerable. Like the bonus round they lost earlier, when they just only have light armor or have less utility for that round 3 as a result. Right now, an interesting position for Lydia. I can't remember the last time I saw an Omen player actually hanging out here. Not something you see every day. Also,
Look at Noya.
Noya working all the way through. There's been so many gaps, I think, on the map that both teams have been able to find pretty consistently, especially on these anti-ecos. Just contact ideas. Both teams keep it so quiet on their attack sides. And hello.
Sarah. Okay. She got the job done.
Yeah, you know, it's a close-range Guardian. It can be messy sometimes.
Yeah. Watch that one in. Now a good post-pump position here for Shopify on their anti-eco.
Right here.
These are kind of the more normal pieces in the Swim Trek comp, minus the rays. So, I was wondering if we would see any interesting ideas. That defense side smoke certainly is one. Stick hits a nice shot. Still the triple hold here. The firing squad primed and ready. Make quick work of Swim Trek as they actually commit there into the site.
Shopify up 9-5 off of closing that one out. But the bonus round here, it's not going to have insane weaponry for the side of Shopify. So I really want to see if there is any sauce to this comp on defense. Because obviously, you're kind of a pug mix team. You pick up some characters you're comfortable on. You brawl it out. You're willing to change your comp last minute. I want to see how much more they got off of that. Bob is postured in mid again. Rain alongside, but Shopify might just keep things simple. Entire squad here in A main.
Dota has a Vandal. This could do some damage here, especially with this light hold on this side. Just a singular thorn kind of on the wrong side as well to stop players from getting out into the site. Dodo already very quickly in here, and that shot from her too is crisp. She's jumping up into heaven. She might want a little bit of extra space, and the dart not quite capitalized off of by Arya. Keep your eyes on Dodo up through heaven. Bob, I don't even know how she's down on 20 HP, but definitely in some amount of trouble here.
4v5 on the, or 4v4 on this retake.
Yeah, Noya dropped
as
in
up
mid.
in heaven here.
Oh, that paint shell is
A
brutal.
good position for the spam and the paint shells.
It's getting a little bit messy now, but Swimstrack still don't have a clear way back into the site. It's only a single satchel for Bob, and on 20 HP, not gonna do much of a job at actually disrupting crosshairs, at pulling the attention over in her way. Especially when Alexis is shooting like that, especially with Dodo Nut on the high angle. She's got the high ground, and Swimtrack have been bested yet again on an SRG bonus.
Man, this comp just ends up with no util late round. Once they use those Lears, they had absolutely nothing to make it happen in that 4-on-4 retake. Just had to sit, wait for the smokes to drop, and pray they could get a fight.
Yeah,
Instead,
it's
Shopify,
like,
they just play it. They just play the percentage. They play it proper. Dodo's holding it down, and they clean it up so easily.
especially because Sherrod is the first one to fall. As soon as you lose the I think Paranoia is like, Paranoia and Recon Dart are like your two biggest tools. If you don't have those for the retake, good luck.
But the issue with this comp too is kind of everything except Paranoia needs a combo. Rainaleer is always getting broken on its own. Dart's always getting broken on its own. Same with Vi's Flash. Like, you need to have two pieces at once to, like, actually make them effective in most scenarios. And unfortunately, well, once you're out, you're kind of out of options there. So timeout for Swim Trek. This is already looking grim. A Shopify up 10-5 with momentum under their heels. And you reset onto an eco here. I mean, I guess you could force into this round, but it would be rough. I don't think you risk it.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the KDs of Dodo and Sarah. Two players in a map that have over 2.0 KD. That's nutty.
They're having a nice one. I'm really happy to see Dodo coming online. I was a little worried after some of the stuff a little earlier in the series, I think especially back on Fracture for me. But this is the Dodo that kind of backpacked her team into that 5-map win yesterday.
Oh, well, Arya just hit that shot. They had a Sheriff and a Marshall get the 1-2 combo. So down the player already. Dodo Nut just in the middle of sight by herself, waiting for the Vi's wall to drop. Now Shopify can move into the site, set up in the post plant. Still with numbers, it's no easy task. Comp with the weapons at their disposal. And Dodo's been so forward in these post plants, but the flash timing catches her. She stepped into Alexis's blind there. has to fall on down. This is where the pressure could be a little bit more punishing. The weapons, though, Sarah does well to just hold the line. Full house between her and Alexis.
Yeah, they have guns. I think there's something to talk about in that round. But just the Sheriffs, even with that early advantage found off the pick in mid. The post ones have just looked too good. I think Shopify have been very thorough in the way that they're setting up in these. Even if it did catch onto a team flash there, I've loved the way that Alexis is holding on to a lot of her utility into these post plants, using the flashes for Dodo to refight, having that molly in some rounds to kind of sell even more time up towards heaven. 4-0 attack side so far. Another fight for A main here, this time. He's matching it.
Yeah, going for a quick dive. Dodo not already into it. Spotted Bob with that flash halo. And the nade should flush Bob away. 2 easy kills to open the round. And this is the buy round for SwimTrek. Their chances just being completely dashed of a 3-0 here. Need some major heroics, but now as the Hunter's Fury gets called in line, just to make this completely impossible, completely unwinnable. Shopify Rebellion have bounced back in a major way on this third map. I mean, both pistol rounds, both bonus rounds going their way. It has been classy from Shopify.
It really has. Super clean work in this second half from them. I mean, they're just hitting A over and over again at this point, and it's working. It turns out that the kind of last-minute pivot in the composition here for SwimTrek, cracks are showing this time in terms of how well rehearsed it is. I think you're seeing some of the value they're losing by not having something like the KO in the mix, and also just that, fortunately, you pick the Reyna, the character that really only gets value if you're snowballing kills, and Arya hasn't managed to get that impact in the game so far. So Corrupt saving 1 gun. And players pass them by.
Match point.
It's basically all they have left as we go into map point for Shopify.
That's all we need.
This is going to be an inflection point in the series, because I think on the one hand, SwimTrek can just kind of like write it off as, you know, maybe this got outmatched, maybe the comp is just that's a bummer. This is pretty similar to what SwimTrek had been playing, though. Like, they were just playing the Jet and the Reyna, you know, but there is not a huge difference from that, I don't think, but certainly been punished. By the way, we're in A main, just in case anyone was wondering. Same as the last round, so you can anticipate that it looks the same. I were giving you the scenics, and it looks very much the same. Bob dead over in Wine. This time, one extra player of SwimTrek survives the onslaught, but see how long that lasts as now Dodo Nut is completely unleashed into the site. I mean, good luck, go next. We're heading to Breeze here. Shopify Rebellion completely shutting out SwimTrek with their backs against the wall here. Down 0-2, and it wasn't even looking that close. And it's still not looking close. A 13-5 victory for SwimTrek. Start bringing this series back.
Yeah, just a complete 180 from Shopify there. They got kind of wrecked in these first couple maps, but here they looked themselves. I mean, they were literally just scrimming A hits in that second half and never ran into resistance.
Yep.
The post plants looked on point. Dodo, her hitting is such a big thing for me to look at heading into Breeze as well. I think you need her to be ready looking at that map. She absolutely is. This is a Shopify that's going to be tough to shut down now.
Well, Shopify, they did it last series with their backs against the wall. This time need 2 more maps to do it. We'll see if that comes to fruition after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello everybody, my name is Edith. I play for FlyQuest Red. I'm going to play some Valorant games today. Okay, so this one is definitely Lotus. I think this is I think this is the spot right outside a waterfall. Like, it's not a main. I think it's here. Yeah, that makes sense. I got it. Okay, this one's easy. This is just normal corrode. Okay, these are just so easy. You gotta give me some harder ones here. This is also just easy corrode. Oh god. Oh wait. This is A-Site Pearl for sure. I think this is dugout? Oh, yeah, it was. So there's no roll, so I can't do rolls. I'm just gonna go through my mains. Not Jet. It is a woman. It is a duelist, and she came out in 2020. Is it Reyna? Not Reyna. If it's red, that means that I'm not getting any of it right? Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. It's not a duelist. Let's go Sova. It is male, it's an initiator. Breach came out 2020. I wanna say not Sova, not Breach. Why am I brain farting on this? I feel like there's only so many like male initiators. Oh, it's Teo, I think. No, not Teo. Is KO classified as a... Oh yeah, I got it. Okay. I didn't know KO had a gender, but okay. Good for him. Do ability. First guess. Throw Chamber, my favorite character. Chat. Is that a Killjoy turret? Oh yeah, Killjoy turret. Got it. Guess the weapon skin. This is Blind Spectre. Okay. That one was easy. First try. This sounds like something Breach would say, I feel like. It's Breach. No, not Breach. Is this... It's not Chamber. It's not Sky. What are characters I've never gotten an ace on? It's not Vise, it's not Viper. Is it Teo, maybe? Not Teo. This one's actually stumping me a little bit. It has to be a character that I just haven't played very much. Is it Brimstone, maybe? Not Brim. I don't feel like it's Omen. Yeah, not Omen. It's not ISO. Is it Gecko? No. It's... Okay, wow. I've never heard this Yoru voice line in my entire life. Clearly, I just suck on this character. Hey, everybody, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in playoffs.
wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Welcome back to the Verizon Game Changer Stage 1 main event. The grand finals are in full swing. And we got a game on our hands. All right, this is in fact the first map that SwimTrack Blue are losing in that main event. Let's talk about how SRG got it done. Because overall, this was just such a better look for them. And Wyatt, you made a really, really funny comment, or point rather, in the green room, and I don't know if I'm supposed to share this with public, but I will do it now anyway. But you said, like, you know how usually swim track, they weren't troll enough with their comps.
Yeah,
Can you
no,
elaborate
literally.
on that?
Yeah, no. Swim Trek were neither meta enough nor troll enough with their agent select on this map, because they end up playing like a kind of... I mean, this is a great example of it, where they're just running out of smokes and have nothing to disrupt. Like, they're running double duelist, but they don't have a space maker and a jet. They have a Raze, and they're playing Reyna, which is just not as good as a Phoenix if you're running double duelist. So they're just running meta double duelist look with worse duelists on the map. It's not troll enough, but it's also not meta enough. Like, if they just ran Phoenix and Jet, they would have definitely performed better. And SRG just play the definitive meta comp, and they play it very well.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like they were able to go back to the fundamentals, right? Because obviously it's a pretty last-minute comp change, you know, very different from what they're used to running that we've seen in the past few days on Ascent. But it looked great. I loved how it changed their playstyle completely, especially on that defensive half. Yes, they only were up by 2 rounds by the end of it, but it was still a good showing. We saw people taking space, catching Swim Trek off guard, and ultimately it just, like, on the attack side, it kind of dumbed it down for them a little bit, right? They didn't have to overthink because they're running 2 Sentinels. They were able to just kind of like Mimi said, just hit A like every single round and have it work. It felt like basic, very basic Valorant, but it worked because they're so good at Valorant. Like, I don't know how to explain it in a way that's like doesn't sound so simple, but truly they were out aiming there. They had great protocols, they had great post plans, like every angle was checked. And what a better map to do it on than Ascend. That's kind of been like the map before it got removed, obviously, but the map that, you know, everyone knew what to expect on it.
Yeah, it's like they switch comps, but they switch to a comp that is ingrained in every Valorant pro's brain as to how to play. Like, literally every Valorant pro at some point on a team was running this comp on Ascent, and they know exactly how it works. So you can just switch back to that in a meta where that comp is relevant again, excuse me, and it just feels easy, you know?
Yeah, it's just like riding a bike. It's something you can just fall back onto. There are a few actual moments, though, Emily, that you highlighted as the turning point for SRG in this series. Please walk us through those.
Yeah, no, I wanted to start off with round 11. I just really liked how proactive they were because it is different than what we saw. We see Donut completely pushing through that A main after realizing that there's nothing and going for a mid kill here into a little bit of a flank, and the rest of the team just stacking towards that B side, being able to over rotate and be confident in their kills. And Donut just absolutely went crazy. And then this round was insane, okay? Swim did a full B exec, used all of their ults, and SRG did not hesitate for a moment. Even though it did turn into a 4v4 because of those Sova ult trades, they immediately formed a plan. They knew they had Killjoy ult, and instead of just doing the basic one where you throw it in spawn, you saw them actually group into market, do a full kind of retake for this front area and making sure that that B-man is smoked off so that they can't push forward, get that ult down, and then are just fully brawling for it, not allowing Swim to take space or break that, and that ultimately won them that round and also gave them leverage in the game, putting them up at 7-5 at the half, which is something we haven't seen them. We haven't seen them in the lead so far. So it was really nice that they were able to bring those 2 rounds kind of out of nowhere to secure some sort of an advantage moving into that second half, but truly they didn't even need it. Like, their second half was phenomenal.
Yeah, I love as well in those clips that you're seeing Alexis being able to get more active versus when she has to play the deadlock and is just like sedentary on that agent, like actually cannot move around the map, can't really do much, especially on attack, but like, you know, in situations like that, yeah, can actually get more aggro. And also, it is funny to note that so far the team with the KO has just won every single map.
Yep.
So we'll see on Breeze, will Bob switch to KO, or will they run the same thing they've been running? Because SRG have the KO there, they've been running it.
Well, the math is mathing, guys. But also, I think just on an individual level, Alexis, as you pointed out, like, has been having not just a great map there, but just generally a really, really good day. Whereas other individuals of SRG, we wanted to see a little more from them. We wanted to see Dodo get... now you and your Donut comments actually
I do call her
trip me
Donut.
up. I
That's
do call
my
her Donut, and that makes me question what her actual name is. Now I start calling her... I don't even know what anymore. So, but yeah, Donut has been activated in this particular last map. And also Sarah, I believe, was really, really clutch, especially in those early rounds. She came alive.
Yeah, for sure. They needed someone to activate at the beginning of this game to give them that momentum early on, inspire some confidence, and like straight from the jump in the pistol, you saw Sarah doing that. Like ends around with a one tap with the sheriff and is just going off from there.
Yeah, I mean, we're also talking a bit about it, right? Sarah is this player that is so consistently good, right? But she doesn't have her pop-off moments. But I feel like even though she wasn't at the top of the leaderboard here, she was that star player for the team because it brought them back into the game. The few clutches that she had there, the impact kills especially, I believe it was on that bonus round, were huge and brought momentum and like life back to the SRG team.
Yeah, now I am very excited to see what we're going to see on Breeze, because if we're looking at swim track for this particular map, they've played 4 different comps and won with them as well, so they're 4-0 undefeated, whereas SRG, they've had mixed results. They just literally yesterday lost against FlyQuest here, 13-4 beatdown that was.
Yeah, they've had mixed results. Their success though, and there has been a lot of it, has come from attack side. Their attack is phenomenal. They're so good at working the double wall with the Harbor and the Viper, knowing which rounds they need to throw the deep wall, fight for more space, fighting together when the Viper wall drops, or when they need to play a little bit more reserved around it. The issues are on defense and choosing which rounds they want to go for full retakes, choosing when the right time is to really anchor into the sites, and a lack of understanding of when they need to be doing those things against FlyQuest is what resulted in them getting beat down 13-4. If they can just fix up a couple of those rounds, maybe play just a few more rounds for retake as being the intention going into them, I think they could have a lot more success there.
I mean, you also have to think back when they played against Ghost the second time around, they were doing all of those things. They had great reads, they had great calls, they had great crossfires for the 2 anchors on whatever site, and it just felt like they were all doing it in harmony. But like you said, when they went against FlyQuest, it was pretty rough. They didn't seem to be on the same page at all times. The anchors constantly getting split up. The Harbor utility was not quick enough to stop any of FlyQuest's delays, but if they kind of use the fundamentals that we saw in Ascent and carry that over to this map, I feel like they won't have as big of a problem as they've had in, you know, most recently.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like their heads are really in the game now. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure in this game on Lydia playing the Harbor. The Harbor is just so important on this map. It's meta-defining on Breeze right now. And I think there have been moments today where it's felt like to us watching, like, it seems like maybe she's a little bit nervous. There's obviously a lot of pressure in this situation. We're in the grand final. This is really the moment where she needs to dial in, and we know that she's capable of it. She's a fantastic player. As I was saying, you know, kind of about that, like choosing when to anchor, choosing when to retake, they are going up against a comp that when you're anchoring, you are going to get ran at. You have to stop the Neon and the Phoenix. That is so tough. So Shopify here on defense cannot be getting exposed, having, you know, poorly set up crossfires, not having the right timings to fight with each other. They need to be locked in.
Yeah, both of these teams are choosing the comps that they've most recently played here in the main event. Both of them were against FlyQuest. That said, of course, Swim Trek was on a winning match there, and SRG, as we already talked about, lost that match against FlyQuest just yesterday. But today's a new day, and they have to fight hard to keep their dreams here alive in the grand finals. Can Swim Trek Blue close it out, or is SRG comeback real? Mimi, Ender, what do you think?
Well, I think after watching what Shopify just did, they've made a great case for coming back into this thing, especially with Breeze looking like a solid map for them in the past. SwimTrack Blue, they need a full-on reset, Mimi, because that last map was loose and they got blown to pieces.
Yeah, to answer Zoe's question, I think if we go 5 maps, I really favor Shopify. They're super resilient. Their Haven is good, but I think this is one of the best chances for SwimQuest to be able to close this one out. They're playing a comp. Wide to the last one. Wasn't troll enough, wasn't meta enough. I think this one is right on the line of being a little off kilter, but still having some really good reasoning behind it. Turned out, Shopify already won a round. I didn't know that.
They already won a round?
Crazy.
I don't know if they actually won the round already. I think we might have been talking about back on Ascent when they won the last round. We got a 0-0 ball game here. It's even score. We're starting it off fresh. Don't believe the lies that Mimi is espousing. She often does that. But believe in the
good angle
truth of
for Dodo.
Dodo Nut. Because Dodo Nut, Dodo, or Donut, whichever one you want to call her, was unleashed back on Ascent. And hello! Welcome back to the show. Beautiful work from her, but SwimTrack Blue have bounced back instantly. Now these SRG players, they're isolated on opposite sides of the map, and Noya is looking at 3 players coming exactly her way.
This is such a tough angle to find success from. But Swim isn't going back into her yet. Instead, there's a fight towards CT. Lydia ready for this one, and that's a big win for Shopify.
Huge gamble to step forward there, but you remember back on Fracture when Noya and Lydia were alive last together, they were always coming out on top. Still, SwimTrack have ideas. The plant, I thought, was going to be a little bit more for spawn. That's where Sherrod is posted.
It could be a rewrap, though. Look at Sherrod already back towards spawn.
Oh, it's a crazy timing, but Noya has the read, and it's a knife out! Sherrod punished for it! So Corrupt, a standout player, especially on this harbor, has been lights out for SwimTrack all series long, all stage long. Where is Lydia, though? Oh my god, she's just nowhere to be found! Taken out like that! Corrupt comes out with a bang.
That is such a sick Red Bull clutch from Corrupt. That round went back and forth, I think, 3 different times. It started with this absolutely incredible 2K from Dodo, only for the rest of the team to find some amazing brawl in mid. I think especially getting those picks bot mid from Bob. The Noya bringing it back under control only for Corrupt to do this. The way she isolated those fights too. The off angle towards the player rotating in and then reading into that, the perfect flick shot.
Yeah, it's funny because the 2 kills Shopify got before it were like both timing kills, you know? It was just like, it was like a good presence of mind from them, but it required the mechs for Corrupt to win that round, and those were excellent. I actually remember at the top of the day, the desk was highlighting how good Corrupt's harbor has been, specifically on this map, and already starting to put on a show.
Toxin screen down.
That's for sure. Bob hold back in spawn with this outlaw. Shopify only having classics, nothing invested into this round. With the siege of this round.
0 for 2, but Sherrod is 2 for 2. And it might get a little bit worse with Arias moving on in. Spectre in hand. Blasting Shopify inside of double doors. So, in a very big departure from Ascent. Remember on Ascent, Shopify Rebellion, they won both pistols, they won both bonuses, and that was just kind of the map. SwimTrack already have turned that on its head.
That they have. And for SwimTrack on this attacking side, they obviously have really good exec power with the Phoenix, with this Neon as well, to go for the faster ideas. But I want to see, when it does get to slower rounds, how they deal with Shopify's mid control. I've liked how Shopify constantly play for that space, always look to get Dodo there. They're going to have really fast rotates because of it. And I think that is a strong way to play against a team that it's tough to hold sights against, because look, here's a Phoenix ult.
We got a Phoenix ult. There's also a Harbor ult, by the way. SwimTrack are committing both here to try and win their own bonus round. Throwing everything into it, and at that range, the full spray on the Stinger is what helps out to get the first kill. A little bit insane now as the fight continues pushing forward. Sherrod has claimed 3 into the round, and they have just given Shopify a taste of their own medicine. It's just lights out on the Phoenix from Sherrod. And SRG are just going to save the few rifles they've got claim over.
I don't remember the last time I saw a team get 2 ultimates on a round 3 of a game. That is honestly pretty crazy to see. Sherrod's already halfway to the next run it back, by the way. Pretty sure that's fair.
Yeah, definitely seems fair. Alexis has 2 orbs to her name, and Sherrod has already ulted and has more than her.
Yeah. They've gotten 9 this game so far. I mean, we're talking about the exec power of this comp. They put it on display immediately. Because it's not just that you play back and you're going to be fine to play retake. It's any util remaining. They will keep fighting. They will be pop flashing through at weird angles. The Phoenix Flash is brutal to try and turn. And when you add a Neon sliding on top of that, it is really challenging to fight this team.
No easy task. And now, Shopify, they don't really have the tools to force up behind the rifle, so it'll just be a hero on each side of the map. Maybe wanting to get lodged up inside A main with Dodo's rifle here. Early knife spots nothing, so instead Shopify just let Dodo patrol and can work back and maybe even stack heavier on the B side.
Cove for one orb for Sherrod. They're saving this other one. Dodo has stepped into the space. Bob.
Ooh, this is gutsy out of Bob. Just choosing to take that fight in an early pick. Hand it over to Shopify now. Good dash actually puts Dodo, I don't even think she was trying to go there, but she's going to love the position she somehow found herself in, while Sherrod continues to dominate. That was the only other rifle that Shopify had heading into the round, and Sherrod is already up in front of the harbor wall. Madness from the Phoenix player, as Shopify have to adjust to this fearless play style, and they're going to have to adjust to a 2v3 retake.
Sarah only has a sheriff to work with. Both players coming back through mid. Really has to be Dodo this round.
Well, it really has to be, because Sarah's not even part of the mix anymore. You'll see Dodo still hanging out in tunnel.
She thinks about Corrupt's position. There's a chance. But she has so many angles to worry about.
So hard to clear away the harbor, but 29 HP just needs a singular bullet! And yet the trade is instant out of Glowstick. 4-0 to open up this fourth map.
We're looking at a round 5 as well, where the second Phoenix ult is coming online. This is a comp that does not forgive if you lose early. This is a comp that snowballs like crazy. I mean, they're on pace for a 4 ult half right now.
We're gonna keep tracking it, because this is absolutely ridiculous. And the way in which Sherrod just waltzed into the B site, contested, but
yep,
not punished.
Did not care.
And now Dodo, no, the operator, just the kneecap was spotted from Bob. And good patience out of the Viper. That'll be your second ult of the half, instantly sent back. A main completely controlled, but Arya is behind them. Has gone in a mad sprint through mid to pinch out those players. Sarah just watched her teammates die while she was trying to rotate into the site. And just like that, 4 becomes 5.
Swim track play with absolutely no reverence for who you are. Bob just taking the timing to step past from barrier drop, full walking to get that kill onto Dodo. You look towards the other side, it's Arya just full sprinting mid as her teammates are putting pressure in A main. Any slight gap given, any opportunity, Swim Trek will take it.
So now Sherrod has ulted twice before Shopify have used a singular ult. Swim Trek have used 3
Oh my god,
total.
you're right.
Yeah, no, it's
that is
actually
insane.
Ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, the minor win would be keeping the op alive, but I mean, the hunt was absolutely on. Now, Arya's got an ult for themselves too.
Remember, 5-0. And Shopify, unfortunately, that was the first round where they finally had an operator online. That was when they finally had another chance with guns. But now it's reset yet again. They're staring down the barrel of 0-6. Bob's got the operator. After getting blown out on Ascent, Chrissy, this just feels like I'm back to map 1 and map 2 of this series with Shimtrek in complete control of the game.
I feel like there's like a lock-in like button that they press and they just like unclicked that for Ascent.
Yep.
Now they're completely back in control, back in the driver's seat. Shopify back on pistols, and Dodo's like, hey, I wanted to ult 1 time. So Shopify now with their first ult of the game. They've activated it, and you look at it, they're about to start hitting their big ults. So really, barring some miracles here, round 7 is kind of the make or break of this half, I feel, when Shopify are going to have those ults for the first time, and they're actually going to have some guns behind it too.
That's for sure going to be the one that matters. This went a lot slower, instead of just posturing up into a main. Swimtrack are taking a bit of time, letting Bob work with the Viper op.
But the angle that Sarah's playing right now, you'd have to go so far forward from Bob. You'd have to expose yourself to top mid and tunnel, which just seems a little bit unlikely until the escort comes in from Sherrod. Oh.
30 seconds left.
Dash of bullets sent Sarah's way. And again, it's just Sherrod just kind of walking into sights. That's been the winning way. 20 seconds left, though. And the knife's still online. Let's see if Shopify can do anything, but the right click doesn't quite catch the second. And so Noya sees in the kill feed that she's all her team's got. And that momentary breath of low life, chance of hope, dashed away.
Really looked like a chance with that flash. We've done multiple players there, but now it's just a formality for Arya to swing in. Take Arya. Rather Noya out of this round.
By the way, this is exactly how Fracture started too, right? I remember it was a 6-0 lead. Shopify called a timeout. Yes. And then everything turned around. Then you had the Lydia clutch, right?
Yeah.
Then Lydia and Noya
started winning. It looked like they could make it back in. We're just a few rounds from winning that map. And you look back at yesterday's series, map 5, it's a similar tale. Shopify go down big time. It looks like this massive streak. FlyQuest is running away. Only for them to turn around.
Yeah,
this be that round.
They're never out of a map, and I think now with some ultimates potentially in play, have to consider that as well. Interesting that Noya's holding on to the Viper's pit. Didn't just instantly use that in B main. Thinking about responding later into the round. I like the spot from Dodo.
Nice forward line. Swimtrack posturing heavy on the other side. It's a question of how long she stays.
Also a question of what really Swimtrack do, because right now Shopify are not enticed to rotate at all. Okay, a big ultimate has been pulled out for some A main control as Swimtrack try to shift over to B, but again, Dodo in a great position, just catch one player on this cross and get on out of there. That'll be the task. Need the 1 for 0. It's a good flash, but the escape is true. Now a slide forward from Arya. Dodo was trying to stick around for maybe a little bit too long.
Go, go, go.
And now maybe the option would be Sarah, who's activating quickly on the flank. Very quick timing to catch behind these players in main.
Spike planted.
Goes down, guarding the other side of the wall, but the bullets aren't quite there. Corrupt locks down that flank. And now both of the checkmates from Shopify discarded. They'll just have to do an honest retake down numbers without too much util to work off of. Flash to try and bait out a fight, but again, SRG have not seen a player just yet, and the first player they see is holding an operator. The second one's Arya. That's not going to be a good look for you. We are now talking a 7-0 start in a decider map.
Swimtrack are winning every fight. At least in that last round they were. You have a perfect angle for Dodo. She gets a kill that she absolutely needs. Taking Sherrod out of the round on that timing hit past the flash. But the punish is so good from Arya. Any time where I feel like I'm watching around and Shopify get an opener, Shopify get a chance, Arya is always there, incredibly quick to slide in for the trade. This hold just keeps getting deeper.
Yeah, and it's odd to me how long Shopify have waited to call the timeout. Back on Fracture, they waited until they were down 0-6. Now they're waiting until they're down 0-7. And credit where credit's due, I think coming out of the timeout, Shopify have had good reads and good adaptations to their overall macro. But at what point is it just too late now that Swimtrack already halfway to winning this map and taking the series?
And Shopify coming out of this timeout, they're going to be on an eco of their own. This is really unseen territory for this Shopify team. It's been so long that we've seen this streak of theirs continue through. It's been so boring, honestly, a lot of the time to go and watch these tournaments because you see it and you just feel like you know what's coming. You know that Shopify's going to win. And it felt like they had plot armor in this tournament. Going down in the very first round, having to make a full lower bracket run. Even yesterday, by all accounts, they should have lost that BO5. They brought it back. Is this the bridge that's too far?
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have an undefeated Swimtrack Blue on the other side. They dropped a game, or a series in the Swiss stage, but in main event, coming through the upper bracket. Been absolutely flawless. Well, the third ult of the map looks pretty similar to the second. Instantly deleted, and Shopfire committing an ultimate into this one. Sarah just sending that one out here. I mean, that's a major investment early into a round where it's already completely even. I don't know. It's going to have to be some kind of a forward fight.
This fight has to be it.
Dodo faces up, but actually both sides sort of disengaged from that one. Shopfire, 5 players together now, actually running through main.
And they're just going to be too late. Swimtruck are already accelerating up the other side. Maybe they get a chance to catch onto the Viper mid. That's the only way back in here, and they do. Bob's dead.
Yeah, Bob couldn't hear those players coming. Was waiting for the rotate, but not looking the right way, so I guess an operator is going to get picked up. See who ends up claiming that one. And in the post plant, it's planted for spawn. Swimtruck Blue choose to flip the map, play in Shopify's own territory. And I think Lydia's saving the operator while the rest of the team is going for a 4v4 retake. That's the idea. They want to make sure Dodo has that for the next one. That is a wild call to make on the fly when you have numbers advantage, when you're down 0-7. They're essentially saying that they're happy to lose this round if it means holding on to the operator. It's up to these players on site now. Lexi already with 2. Try and actually win this thing. Shotfire Rebellion down on time, not much to work with, but they're absolutely winning out. Somehow, Dodonut gets the job done. The time will be there. Shopify Rebellion will not go down quietly. A thrifty win to keep in this one with their backs against the wall.
It's unfathomable, but that is the round that they win. They only have sheriffs. They're saving only 4 players committed. I am aghast that worked out.
That's wild. And that's like, that's such a hard call for Alexis to make too. Because it's like on the fly, because you can't like pre-plan that. That's just reacting and being like, no, even if we have numbers, like the odds of this are bad already. So let's just hold on to the op. And now because they've succeeded and held the op, it's a huge win for them. See if they can hold on to this site. Already Swimtech just inside of everything, but Noya's here to play. Noya can't quite catch Sherrod. This player has just been unbeatable. Embarrassing. All day long. Swimtruck Blue right back to their winning ways. Now curveball through, crossing up Shopify, but Sarah fights through the blind for the kill. Plant still yet to come in. Prop tries to stick it for the time being, and it's spam on the other side, the dart ping as well. Keeping Shopify completely locked out. You thought they'd done what they needed to come back into this map, into this game, into the series. But instantly it has been stolen right on back. The operator they tried to save is down, and it's up to the new player in Lydia not to stand her own against Bob. Swimtrack right back to it.
And it's Bob and it's Sherrod. Those are the players that are making this game look undoable for Shopify. That was a double swing to try and punish Sherrod. That was a KO ult used. That was the right tools committed. Sherrod still opened that round with a 2K. And the second that they did it, you had Bob to back up. That player who was alongside Alexis, alongside the old core back in Cloud9 White with her and Mel. Now looking to shut that streak down.
Finally, Noya uses the ultimate. I think it's been maybe 3 or 4 rounds she's just been sitting on that. She's getting overrun, trying to anchor the sights. And, oh no, Lydia's just gone. Wait, that's spam.
That was spam.
Lydia was in mid, by the way, behind the wall. Glowstick didn't use a dart. There was no utility to spot that. That was random.
Maybe just off footsteps.
I think it's trying to spam the position behind the box. Oh my god! What are they doing to Shopify?
They're killing them.
That's our 4th ult of the half. It's our 4th ult of the half in round 10. This is perplexing, to say the very least. I guess Bob dies, and now Sherrod is down. Hold on. That was Sherrod snapping back with the run it back. There's now a drone, catches Corrupt. Corrupt pinged out, trying to get on out of here, and will succeed.
They live?
Somehow, they're through it. And these shock darts not quite connecting. Noya will be delayed back through spawn. The two initiators trying to force through, and Noya catches Arya in the back. Still, you have to break the crosshair of Corrupt. Corrupt will drop. And Sarah, for 3, will keep some amount of hope alive.
It's another round. It's something for Shopify. And I can't fathom how they win that one. The start to this round was just ridiculous. Sherrod spamming into mid, gets a pick. And then, as the player comes to punish, follows up on another. Credit to Sarah, though. Bring the team back in. She had a really rough start to this map, but those 3 kills give at least some semblance of light for Shopify.
Swimtrack are ready to run an A split right now. You already see the pings, the pathway of what will eventually be the Viper Wall, where Arya is going to be going. And that's going to be problems. The last time Shopify played up in A main, Arya wrapped behind them and killed all of them. Already, Arya's just disrespecting the utility. Already, Arya's disrespecting the entirety of Shopify Rebellion. This is a team you shouldn't be allowed to disrespect, and Dodonut reminds Arya of that fact. Lydia gets involved in the action as well.
1 enemy remaining.
And now, once Bob drops, Shopify Rebellion instantly shut down this hit. 33 HP for Glowstick. Plenty of time to deal with. But Noya first on the left will spot out that Sova. Take them down. Shopify's 3rd.
Fighting out of a really tough round there for Shopify. These splits have been basically unstopped anytime Swimtrek has wanted to go for an exec so far this half. But they're actually getting a reply. I mean, if you can get 8 rounds, if you can win a pistol in the second half, you can start to at least tell a tale of this being doable for Shopify. For Swimtrek, though, you really want to close it out here. You don't want this series going to Haven. You want to get this half clean. You want to stomp them out of Breeze. Walk on your merry way.
See if they can do it. Right now, Swimtrack have divided their assets. Right, 3 players B, 2 on A, really just hitting this site with 2 players. And that will be really effective. Look at this, Shopify already rotating. And Noya, the only player to stick around on B. It'll be a fight in mid. Crouches down, lays out Sherrod, and a Hunter's Fury as well from Sarah. This is both for damage as well as some scouting options to actually see how real this hit is going to be. Noya fills back, holds into spawn, tells her team it's actually just the B slam.
Bob is still late playing A, so there's only 2 players actually on B to hold. Harbor Ult can buy time. Can it buy enough?
It will buy plenty. But the plant isn't really great for Bob to play it going through spawn. That's why she's got to go for the sprint. She needs to kill players in the back of the head because she'll be a little bit too late to the party. I feel otherwise. She's so close to having all 3 of these players, but Shopify keep marching forward. Need to get these players down fast. We're Corrupt into the corner. Shopify can't waste any bullets. Now Bob on the wrong side of Pillar. Has to sprint all the way around the edge. This is what I was talking about. It is not easy to play at all. Swimtrack Blue get lost in the sauce on the round, and Shopify have done it. They have, therefore, a case to be made for the comeback.
I think you have to look at that round as an overcook from Swimtrack. They had the entirety of the A site with that fake, and I think it's fine to commit to B after that. But planting in the safe position and still going for this reflank effectively means you're gambling on your teammates winning a 2-on-4. And as soon as that doesn't happen, it's Shopify with 4. Sure, you've been owning them today. You've been playing great. But this is a team that you don't want to give any window back into a game.
Especially a team like this that can be so lethal on the attack side, too. Been impressed watching Alexis on the attack of this map. She can take over later into rounds. But Dodonut has continued to stay hot. I think that's been the big story, right? The difference for Shopify. Dodo can sometimes be streakier, hotter or colder. When her team needs her, she's been standing up now. Now just a dash into the site, and Swimtrack is just going to play the 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, full on. Shopify will look to play up, though, in this post-plan. Already a flash CT.
Look at that
but
wall.
We'll see nothing off that.
That's when have you seen a harbor wall go that deep? All of this space seized. Swimtrack trying to work 2 players through Shopify's side, but there's a little gap for Dodo. And I don't know if she was spotted. 1 for 1. Gonna be good enough for Shopify's duelist. With now Noya needs to get that kill. Gets them both on 1 singular HP. All right, Shopify. Trying to work their way back into this thing. Bob's the only one that could say otherwise, but Lydia won't let her have her moment. Another pistol round for Shopify as they close this gap even further.
It's a really big round for Shopify. And I like that. That call has to be on the fly to recognize how free that site is, recognize that you need more space, and even seeing that creative little pocket get played into for Dodo. Meant that Suntrak had to take a hell of a lot of time to re-clear back through spawn before they could even start to approach the spike. But as always, they're going to buy some sheriffs on their ecos. The good news is that it means they have a chance at winning this round. The bad news is if they lose this one, an outlaw, something like that on round 3, makes it a bit easier to snowball with a bonus win. Shopify's already won a fair few of those today.
And that's exactly what they're looking for, to actually make this comeback a reality. Glow stick for the orb. It's a little dangerous to step into. Shopify, though, go in with numbers and keeping it quiet. This has been a staple of Lexi's calling on the attack side. So many contact looks into the pop on site. Once you realize that nobody's home or it's a more passive setup, it means that Shopify almost always have excess utility in the post plant, especially on a pistol round. That can be relevant. You have way less to work with to begin with. Flash through. Little peek out from Dodo. Traded out. Be a bit ambitious there. Taking their time as some smokes layer down into the site. I think it's been fairly reserved from Shopify, not giving any of those sheriffs an opportunity to strike until Bob activates on the link through mid. And with 3 guns kept in the next round, overall fairly successful for Shopify as they close it down even further.
Yeah, not too bad in the end. Get the gap down to 2 here. The question is, do they want to buy up around this? Yeah. You see Noya dropping a weapon over there. They really want to win this bonus round. And honestly, with the economic choices that ZoomQuest have made, besides Alexis on that bandit, it's not too far off from even here in the weaponry.
Alexis could have been donated a gun, but chooses just to play the sheriff instead, saying she can pick up the gun off someone's body if necessary, making sure that the econ isn't completely torched in the event they lose this round and the following. Still
Right with that flash
contact.
primed. Yeah, that'll be off the contact of the harbor that they'd swing and fight. Shopify not testing that. Said they work back towards A main.
Shopify
already getting very active here.
Yeah, Shopify are in the stage of this half where they're allowed to do this because there's not money for an operator, but eventually this is going to be hard countered by that. Oh, glow stick spotted. Get on out of there as the flash comes up. Glow stick chooses to stick around. A little bit of an off angle to work on, but hard to track the jet through the smoke, and that's where Corrupt is going to lay waste to you. Now no Sarah into the round. And no real control on the site. That harbor wall divvying things up nicely. Lydia somewhat isolated from her IGL.
There.
Tries to cover back. I'm worried about mid as
30
well. Our
seconds
Vipers are about to face off against one another. And Noya best Bob. That's a way back in here. If Shopify could escape through mid, the B site is theirs for the taking, but they don't have a plan of retreat. Instead, it's Noya who's getting brought back over into Alexis, make sure she's safe to escape with a spike. And with 12 seconds left, it is going to be down to the absolute wire. Arya sliding in, takes out Noya, and now just needs 1 kill on this player, just needs to stall long enough, and she's done it. Arya, glow stick actually, gets the shot to the side of the head to stop the snowball in the second half.
That's such an important round for Swimtruck. Shutting down the chance of a swift comeback from Shopify. And I like that they're more reserved there. They're not over-pushing. They're not giving Shopify anything in the mid-round. And honestly, they did start to over-rotate a little early. Of seeing that lurk pick from Noya. Saw players starting to leave this site, giving a road for Shopify to actually get out. But credit to Sherrod yet again. I think this kill onto Lydia was really the key. It meant that Shopify had stutter step for a second, ran out of time on that play.
Oh, that's a good pick onto Bob. Bob way out in front of it there. Didn't actually have the coverage from her teammate because of the harbor smoke that came down. And now the position that Arya finds herself in is brutal. Pressure in main, no control over mid whatsoever. Just needs to hide in the corner and bide her time. Worried about it. Stepping in, sees Sarah. Here comes the slide, and the trade is true. Dodonut now dominates the site. Swimtrek only have 3 players to try and break their way back in.
And they have no other avenue of approach, but working together back through mid here. Dodo on the high angle in this post punt. I think Sherrod has to be the difference maker yet again. 2 flashes for that Phoenix. Full kit on Corrupt as well. They're down numbers. Still a chance.
Dodonut spotted. And now the rest of Shopify pushed behind the wall. They need a flash back in. And that's where Dodonut capitalizes off of her teammate's util on a good angle. Now just chewing up more and more of the clock. Corrupt needs to put some pressure down onto the spike. Alexis walks straight into Corrupt. Corrupt realized what was going on, but now needs to get on the spike. Out in the open now as the swings come through. Noya hiding, baiting it out, and there's not time left. She has done enough. Shopify take another.
Bob got picked at the very beginning of that round, which opened the door for Shopify to get this site. I couldn't tell if she was just trying to walk and take a timing or maybe quick claim that orb. Either way, from playing at an immediate player disadvantage, Shopify should trade on out. Pinch very nicely onto the isolated Neon on B. Win what could have been a bit of an awkward round.
I believe Swimtrek called a timeout coming out of the loss. Didn't need any in the first half. Things were going a little bit too well for them. But now with the econ a bit scuffed and some ultimates not too far away. Some big decisions to make here. As Shopify come even closer to tying this thing up.
I'd like to see them really save into this round and try and get an operator into round 18. With how much Shopify has been leaning into this contacting style, I think that's one of the best solves that Swimtrek can bring to the field. And I think on top of that, you want to look to give slightly less these early plays. It was Bob getting picked in that earlier round. They've lost players in past rounds on some of these kind of fast A main fights. I think they've looked really strong when they're playing back and as Shopify is fighting in, going for these floods, or just taking something more intentional together. I think these kind of one-by-one early fights that, well, maybe earlier in this series were working and giving that confidence. I don't think the risk is worth it right now.
Still, I feel like it might be a little hard to tame the playstyle of Swimtrek Blue.
Scanning ahead.
Definitely on the wild side. Stark contrast to how Shopify has pretty much always operated as a team. Shopify, very diligent team, very by-the-books team. But I think Alexis actually talked about how it can sometimes be more difficult coming into games in GC where you play against teams with specific styles that are a little bit more just run at you or a little bit fast and loose, wackier comps. It's hard to actually play your own style of game when a team like Swimtrek is just doing their thing like they do.
And they're great at it. Definitely makes it a challenge to find answers for this team. League around Swimtrek was leaning heavily towards this same set. Shopify yet again. Just contact their way into an execute and get a completely free B side as a reward.
I like the pathing there from Dodo. Actually not using the dash to get to that first jump up. As a second layer, and Noya hanging out in spawn as well. We'll spot anyone going for a flank. Guess Bob is gonna get hers, but knows that Noya will be waiting for her on the cross, so chooses to work back to her team's in tunnel.
Another one of these deeper positions in the post line. This time it's Lydia. Puts it up wall. Sherrod's ready for it though. That was a nice shot.
Not a bad clear at all. That would be the run it back unlocked for round number 18. Do you think Bob and Glowstick want to get some deaths to Spike online here?
Remaining.
There you go. Get the ult orbs online. Make sure you got 4 out of 5. in the next. And there you go. Bob has it. And a rifle, and actually we don't even necessarily need to die if we don't want to. Shopify now just trail by 1. And this is... I don't know. I feel like this is impressive, because Shopify is usually a team that is just dominating people, right? But now in back-to-back days that we've seen multiple times from them, whether it was the Game 5 yesterday, clawing back from a 10-4 deficit, to now here, 0-7 to 8-9. A huge difference going on this streak after that round 7 timeout. It's always been these timeouts that Shopify are able to use to catapult themselves ahead.
True resiliency from them. But this is going to be the most difficult round of their comeback. 4 ults for their opponent. Sherrod already playing close in mid. So many traps to defuse in this round. Between the operator now purchased for Bob. Between the risk of this refight in mid. Off the Neon's contact.
I think mid control's been a little lackluster for Swim so far this half. So it could come as quite the surprise here. Good blind up. Not punished. Sherrod was really taking their time with it. But the moment they chose to strike was great. Now no duelist into it. How do you actually work into a site? Especially now that you're missing your flashes as well. Run it back, sent back. And now another ultimate from the other duelist as Arya comes sliding in for a kill of their own. It's really just Noya that has been coming in at the end of some of these plays to try and equalize, but I think that mid 1-2 punch was just exactly what the doctor ordered for Swimtrack. Now Noya's going to find all these players. I mean, somehow she slipped the needle there. That is really impressive that she even gets one in that situation without the instant trade, but at the end of the day, Swimtrack, they're on double digits now, and Shopify have to look forward to the next.
Critically, they also only have to use 2 ultimates for that one. Didn't even have to empty out the piggy bank to get it done. That crossfire play was very different. Like you said, they've been playing these light mid setups a lot, playing more towards the sites themselves. Here they show that they can do that and execute on it very well. Well, it didn't come up big time in that previous round. The fact that Shopify know that Bob has an op means they have to change their approach. They have to use util to clear. They can't contact as much. You see it here and how they're fighting fast for a main. I
mean, it's just the hero rifle for Dodo, so Alexis is trying to set up her duelist in any way that she can. They have some control over the site. Noya still that late mid option. If Shopify can activate on, but it's spam kills that take out the hero gun. Sarah's gonna carry the flame now. Picks that one up, but it's still not comfortable at all for Shopify. Just 2 players alive on site.
If a player was going to bring it back, it would have to be Noya. Late in this lurk position mid. Your teammates have ultimates, but you don't want to invest these unless you really have a chance in this round. I think her killing Bob would be the only way back in.
Bob gets caught by Noya, but now Noya trying to make that sprint over for the operator and doesn't have any idea that Arya was in double doors the entire time. And Arya very quickly reminds Shopify that you must deal with her. Swimtrack Blue have completely discarded this streak out of Shopify. Now strung together a couple of their own and can see the writing on the wall. The championship is now within grasp.
A huge moment for these players. For Bob, hasn't won in Game Changer since all the way back with Cloud9 White. For the rest of them, it'll be the first time to get that accolade. You look at these names, they've been around on different mixes throughout, have gotten deep performances, but for all of them, it's been the consistent theme of every other GC team that Shopify is where the buck stops. This round, this could be the one to make a difference.
Same opener for Dodonut. Dash up and over with the flash, but this time Bob comes around the corner with the big gun. And a Hunter's Fury too, trying to find some way back in is Sarah. Reinforcements have arrived though, and Bob's up is still there. Noya says no, and now drops her own pit into the floor. Shopify Rebellion need to work around this Hunter's Fury as Glowsticks just starts hurling it their way. And that's allowed Sleepy Arya to get right up onto the other side of the pit. Noya's still isolated. Her teammates miles away. The spike still to be planted. Now the reckoning. And this round will be that. Shopify Rebellion cannot afford this one to slip away. And Sarah has gone. Now Noya's out of it too. It's only Lydia. And now it's only Swim Trek. One more round is all they need to take this whole thing.
What a cleanup from them. That was a round for Shopify. They finally had their ults. They had an even round. They had a chance. But Swim Trek steal it back away. This map started 7-0. It slipped to near even. And now Swim Trek wrestle back control at the last moment. Force the second timeout from Shopify.
Better late than never. The timeouts have been difference makers for Shopify. You look at the rounds down at the bottom. After round 7, that's when they called their other one. Went on such a streak after it, but now there is no more room left for error. Shopify Rebellion, you know, a lot more pressure on them coming into this tournament, with Mel stepping away from the roster for the time being. Expectations were lower, but this is still the team. There's still 4 of the players that you know are great. Lydia, for a long time back in the early days of GC, was at the top on signed orgs as well. But it's been a wake-up call. From going down to the lower bracket to now having their backs against the wall consistently versus Swim Trek. They would have to show that same tenacity they had in Game 5 of their series yesterday if they wanted to stop this title from being taken.
They started these playoffs losing in the very first round. They ran it all the way through the lower bracket. Made it here. Up for this final. But now Bob trying to put an end to it.
This operator was lethal in the previous round. Dodonut didn't get to play it. Now Dodonut's seen, but this time it goes wide. Room for error allowed for Shopify, as now Sarah delivers death on the other side of the map. Opening pick for Shopify. And Swim Trek a little bit scattered. They give up all their early control in B main. Haha. But mid, it still finds it.
That's the Bob coming in. So now it has to be an exec into B.
Alexis.
It has to be this push from Shopify.
It's time. She's leading from the front, but already drops down. Glow stick fills into the site. This hold from Aria, already good for a couple, and there might be more where that's from. It is Sarah versus the world. So much left to do. Alexis bleeding out in the corner. The Rebels are down. Out with the gold and in with the blue in their first ever event. Swim Trek go on a perfect run to become your NA Game Changers champions.
A flawless run from this Swim Trek Blue squad to be the first team to best this core in a main event that they played since 2023. And it's Bob to do it. The player who was alongside Alexis, who was alongside the core of that team way back when, brings along some of the best talent into this scene. They'd already beaten Shopify in challengers with the same core. They'd done it in smaller events. But this is Shopify's home ground. These are the events they never lose. And Swim Trek Blue, they're the team to do it.
A moment for all these players on the Swim Trek Blue side. Some absolute players that have been around the scene for a while, but never quite gone all the way. Or it's been a while for them. Now they've finally done it against the best Game Changers has to offer. Congratulations to Swim Trek Blue. They are your champions. And you're going to want to stick around because after this break, we're going to get to talk to some of the victors and break down this epic matchup.
Welcome back one more time. Zoe here, joined by Emily and Wyatt. And with this final map, we finally get to crown a champion that isn't Shopify Rebellion Gold. So the team of Swim Track Blue has made history today. Let's break it down and talk about how they got it done. I mean, it looked doom and gloom really early on, right? The first half, or like half of the first half anyway, looked really, really abysmal for SRG. And then at around round 8, they finally started to get back into what looked like an impossible game. How did they claw their way back into this to make it close?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it felt very nostalgic to yesterday. Like, I was having a bit of deja vu. You know, it teams up.
Yesterday's crazy.
No, because they were up 8-0, and then they win those last 4 rounds to kind of give some sort of hope. But again, I think it just goes back to that they didn't fix their defensive side, like, really at all. I felt like no matter what they were trying to do, they were constantly getting run down by the Neon Sun, by the Neon Dash, by the Neon, or by the Phoenix Flashes. Like, they couldn't find a way to really just have impact on that half.
The swim team were so good with this comp, just funneling orbs to their Phoenix. Sherrod had 4 ults by round 10 on the attack half. That's crazy. What Arya is still able to accomplish playing the Neon even post-nerf, showing that maybe she's still very relevant, which I hate to see for the sake of my ranked games, but she was incredible. Like, the whole team, just firepower across the board today. The comp switches that we saw come out, just causing so much like confusion on some of these maps for SRG, giving so much for them to have to figure out on the fly while they're going up against this swim team that are firing on all cylinders individually and just always playing with maxed out confidence.
Yeah, and it was great to see Swim Track also losing a map, because we initially didn't know, like, do they have that dog in them, right? They haven't dropped a single map in the whole main event. We weren't sure how they will, you know, react from a mental standpoint with SRG starting to heat up, but they stayed cool, calm, and collected in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't slowing down at all when it came to this map. Yes, Ascent, kind of a tough loss, but to be fair, SRG switched up their comp last second. They weren't, you know, really expecting that. They were expecting the double Senti, and then coming into this map, even when things got close and we were like, oh my god, SRG's making a comeback, somehow Swim were able to stay in the mentality, get a round up, always stay at least a round or 2 up to be able to close it out. And I think SRG really started to feel that pressure. They started making a lot of mistakes, whether it was util, whether it was like starting to whiff a little bit of shots or not being like as aggressive. Towards the end there, it did feel like a lot of the times when we're watching them play, it felt like they were in the mindset of, we really don't want to lose. Like, they're playing to not lose rather than playing to win and being on the same page at all costs.
Yeah, then on Swim Track Blue side, I think the player we do have to highlight just for the entirety of this bracket play has to be Arya. The new addition to the team found their footing so quickly and had such a phenomenal performance today in the grand final as well.
Yeah, the Neon, like I was saying, was just sick across all of the maps that it was played on. Was, I feel like, the definitive agent in the server. We still saw so many slide kills, like countless times that was happening. It was ridiculous. And when you kind of, you know, take the lens back a little bit, just look at this entire stage playoffs, Ari is the only duelist that has been able to go toe-to-toe with Dodona, one of the best of all-time duelists in GC NA, which is like absolutely no small feat in itself that they're just standing up to Dodo, but I think today eclipsed them. And that's even with Dodo having a really, I think, solid showing overall today as well. Arya was just outrageous.
I mean, just watching Arya play, it didn't even feel like Neon was nerfed when Arya's behind the hands of Neon. It was insane to see, but I also think big picture, like the fact that they were able to pick up Arya on such a short notice and have it slot into their play style so well and so convenient, it also allowed them to run a lot more of these double duelist comps, because before we weren't seeing that as much, or the roles were a little bit more weird, I'd say, or uncomfortable for them. But this was like the perfect fit, and it worked out like instantly for them.
Yeah, no, she slotted right in there. They had a phenomenal run in this bracket, and also here in the grand final, they did not slow down. So let's hear from our winners themselves. The Verizon post-match interview with Glowstick is on the line. Glowstick, hello and welcome and congratulations! Swim Track Blue are our NA Game Changers champion. What's going through your head right now?
It's just finally happened after so long. We came so close last year in main event too, with Nora and Zori, and we're all a lot better now. And I love my two new teammates. They've been a great addition.
Yeah, I mean, you guys all just clicked. Like, it was so much cohesion, and just, it was fun to watch you play. Now, most teams will play it safe in the grand finals, but you guys were just so explosive, so creative as well. You guys changed your comps on more than just one map, like skipping a Senti on Lotus, which had us all worried a little bit. What was the conversation like behind the scenes when you decided to take those gambles?
So every day is just a gamble with this team. A lot of people assume we have some amount of practice. There's none. It's all of our comps are based off of what Bob is feeling for the day, and we make our entire comp based off that. That's why, and I think that makes us like so hard to play against as well, and why we had such a good run last year with YFP, because we're pugging like a different comp every day, so you can't really anti us that well. And they're all just really good fundamental players.
Has there ever been a moment where Bob suggests something where y'all had to be like, no, you're taking this too far, like we can't do that?
Not really. I mean, no, everyone's kind of like, if you have an idea, do it. And that's, I mean, a lot of rounds, like we have an ideal obviously, but if someone has an idea, like 3 different people are doing their own thing. And then in the mid round, like we'll figure it out. It's a lot how it goes a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as long as everyone is on the same page, right? It seems to work for your team for sure. Now, we haven't seen anyone dethrone Shopify since, what was it, EG back in 2023, I want to say. So coming into today, did you guys internalize the weight of that history, or did you just treat them like any other opponent you had to roll through?
I mean, it's any other opponent. I feel like, I mean, I would say obviously the best of any of the opponents we've gone against, but like most of my team has been here before. They've gone against them before. They know what they're doing. I'm confident in them. All I need to do is show up, and I was able to do it the first time we went against them last year, so I was confident this year.
Now that you conquered this milestone, the target is obviously going to be squarely on your backs. What's the next boundary that Swim Track Blue or you personally want to push?
All I'm really doing personally, I want my college team to do really well. That team's really passionate, and we're going to put a lot more time in this year. And then Swim Track Blue as well. Like this main event, we didn't really put a lot of time in outside. They were mostly doing VCL stuff, but with VCL cooling down, we're only going to put more time in together, and that's only going to make us so much more better. So everyone's running out of time to get better than us.
That's a scary prospect for your future opponents. If this was you on putting little time in, like, I don't want to be on the receiving end of you guys getting more prac in. Now I'm going to give you the final words. Anything you want to say to the fans and all the people that have been supporting you and your team through this journey?
Just everyone I've met in GC since I started last year has been very welcoming. And everything I do is a love letter to my girlfriend that passed away, Autumn. From my profile picture to part of my name, it's everything to do with her. She was supporting me when we were together in Valorant, and that was a favorite thing together. Her passion for music, my passion for competing, is what drove us together so well, and everything's just a giant love letter to her.
Sincerest condolences for that, and that is a beautiful love letter. I'm sure you did her and everyone else proud. Glowstick, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in your journey in Valorant and in life and in everything else. We can't wait to see you and the team back in action very soon.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Wow, that is a wonderful way to close out this incredible run from this team. No one really had them on their radar, right? Heading into this, like, it always seems so clear cut when we're looking at those brackets. Like, yeah, it's going to be the usual suspects ending up in that grand final. But SwimTrack, they threw everyone's bracket into the garbage, and they did it in the most dominant fashion humanly possible.
Yeah, right. It was very unexpected to see a team come out of nowhere and make the upper bracket run out. I think a lot of people had a little bit of doubt, saying like, oh, but they just haven't played this team yet. They haven't played a top team, whatever. And then you see them beat Fly with ease. You see them make it to the grand finals and end up taking SRG by a storm. And it's just so, like, almost heartwarming that the work that they've put in and the way that they've come together so quickly to form such a tight and team chemistry kind of bond within their team to be able to pull this off is insane. And, you know, now that Challengers is like slowing down a little bit for them or whatever the case may be, that they'll be able to put more time into GC and see where this team can really go. I'm just excited for the future for them.
I really think this was the most entertaining NAGC stage of all time. Like, there were just constant upsets. It felt like all these teams had chances to beat each other. It starts with SRG getting beat by Ghost, the 1st seed against the 8th seed, and then they have to go on a lower bracket run all the way to make it to the finals against a new team that got there flawlessly. They almost lose in a BO5 to FlyQuest, like going up against Jazzy and some other like vintage names that everybody knows in this scene on the way in a sick game. There were debuting new players that I think were fantastic, like even earlier in the lower rounds, like Blue Owl was a clutch machine. St. Claus looked incredible. Like, we saw new talent, we saw older talent on better teams than they've been on in the past, or like, I don't know, better configurations of the teams where it looks like the level of play is just higher. Like, this was genuinely an amazing stage of GCNA. Like, it would be insane to be tuning into this and not feel so interested in what's going to happen next when we get to the next stage later this year.
Ayo, signed all of us for real. What an absolutely historic conclusion to one, if not the most exciting and unpredictable Game Changers events we've ever witnessed, as you just said, Wyatt. And this is truly what it's all about, right? The game has officially been changed. A new champion has been crowned. So, again, a massive congratulations to SwimTrack Blue and everyone who's been supporting them. True believers, man. You all knew. Of course, also, I want to give a special shout out and a huge thank you to Wyatt, Emily, Ender, Mimi, and everyone else who's been covering the action in front of the camera and behind of the camera. Everyone who made this broadcast possible. Thank you all for watching and supporting this program. Congratulations to our new champions, and we'll see you all again in Stage 2.